The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7 millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them gone. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes the money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. We are now in our 5th season. That means 5 years in the making. And on this episode 1, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. And give me 1 second while I pull them up. Lady Che is also here with us. She's in the background though. And Shabaka's on the road, so he'll be joining us tomorrow. And crew, you said you have a new intro for us? Or for the RBA? Or for the Frontline Black News? Oh, thank you, Reparations Nation. Big one salute to you. Late as hell. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, Tariq is on right now. I was trying to get on the Zoom, but it didn't work out that way. So I was trying to wait for Tariq and them to go off, but Tariq went super late. Peace to Jesse and Lady Che. Mac 285 is in the building. Get on with the show. Frontline Black News. Yep, Cruz in the building. He said he got no intro for us or the RBA. Alright, so on this season 5, episode 1, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in part 1, and that is a judge will decide Peyton Gendron's fate. For those that don't remember, Peyton Gendron was the white supremacist that shot up the Tops grocery store in Buffalo back in 2022, and now this bastard is going to be sentenced, hopefully to life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty for all 10 black patrons he killed. And one of the people we knew, I know personally, was related to one of the people that got killed. Then we got black father escorts son to prom wearing tuxedo dress like Billy Porter. Lord have mercy. And then we got Pastor Jamal Bryant exposed as a grifter by admitting white women benefit from DEI the most. Then we got an update on Raymond Charles III, who was sentenced to 360 years in prison for murdering 6 of his family members. Then we got Trump, aka the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Says he's serious about a 3rd term. Trump and Putin's honeymoon is over. Trump threatens tariffs on Russia. So now he threatened tariffs on Russia. So this is going to get real interesting. Then we got the dump again appoints Charlie Kirk to position overseeing military academics. Then we got black teen beaten in New York City subway. Then we got cry harder migrant troll TikToker Leonardo, what the hell is his name? Leonardo Marino finally got deported. That's the one I did that damn video on TikTok talking about how he was going to take over homes in America, squatting them and make all this money. They finally got his punk ass and deported him. Then Chicago is collapsing as Mayor Johnson prioritizes legal immigrants over citizens. Then we got reparations as a social movement with law professor Adeline Davis on Dominic Perima's show, which is based out of LA. And we got, last but certainly not least, suspect Angela Rye with tomato on the side tells CNN Caucasian Nazi Network panelists, "Don't touch me." So please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. They blocked you, crew? I got blocked for a day from YouTube. Why? They on BS. Yep. They stay on the bullshit. I gotta pull up everything. Alright, so I'm gonna share my screen. They tried to take down the video yesterday, y'all. Puke tube has been added. Okay, which one is it? Not that one.
Tell your friends, share with family. There's no other place to be Memorial Day weekend.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo. 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Ladies and gentlemen. So Peyton Gendron back in court, and a judge is going to decide whether he gets that penalty or not. So nobody would deserve it more than him, as far as I'm concerned. He need not take up no more space. So I'm going to play a news clip, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary. Now, they're trying to say because he was only 18 at the time when he did the shooting, at that age, his brain is not fully developed. It was developed enough for him to plan this whole thing out. If you remember, they said he even traveled to the store like 3 weeks before he did the actual shooting there. But he's not developed enough for the death penalty. Please miss me with it. For real. No, I'm not buying it. And dude needs to pay. He needs to pay for what he did.
Either, Lisa.
You know? And never forget, he wrote the N-word on the barrel of the gun that he used. No, he used what? An AR-15? Yeah, and he wrote the N-word on it. Nah, his brain was developed enough to do all of that evil. So no, I'm not buying it. So a federal judge in Buffalo ruled that a hearing will be held this year to determine whether Peyton Gendron, the 19-year-old who was responsible for definitely a racially motivated shooting in Buffalo at the top supermarket on Jefferson Avenue, will face, the penalty. I think he should get it because that was very unprovoked. And if you remember, the police didn't even go in there and get him. They waited for him to walk out. And he also went on Facebook Live. So, So he's already serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. I remember when he tried to apologize, they almost jumped him in that courtroom. And I don't blame him. Even his defense attorney turned on him. And that's exactly what he deserved. So his defense team, of course, is arguing against him getting the penalty because he was 18 at the time. And yeah, he was 18, but he was fully aware of what he was doing. So the defense plans to argue that, people in their late teens and early 20s like Gendron lacked mental capacity to fully comprehend the consequences of their actions. I'm not buying that. This dude had everything planned out. And if y'all remember, he even had a manifesto online, the ones that YouTube never can seem to find, but they got all the time in the world to mess with Black creators. Yeah, those manifestos that you don't spend any time looking for online was online. And he said everything he learned it right off of YouTube. Everything. I'm just saying. So you saw the attorney for the families, and he gave his thoughts, and I'm sorry, I think this dude needs to go down and not waste any more taxpayer money on him. Get his butt out of here. No, I'm not buying this. Oh, he was only 18. Oh, he's only 18. No. Mm-mm. So anyway, so you heard the hearing will be later on this year, and he have to be there. He must make that court appearance. So as soon as that time comes, I will watch it to see what the outcome is going to be. I know he already got life without parole, but no. Mm-mm. Those folks he took out, the 10 people did not get to enjoy their lives. They're not here to see their families, and all they were doing that morning was shopping for their families in the supermarket. And he came in there all unprovoked and took them out for no reason, took out a bunch of strangers, people that never did a thing to him.
Never.
But he had already had a hatred for Black people. And that was his target, and that's where those 10 were the only ones that died. And no, I don't feel bad for Peyton Gendron. He should rot where he is. I hope he rots. But his life does not need to be spared. And I don't know why they haven't gotten to Dylan Roof. They should have fried his butt by now, as far as I'm concerned. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next.
Yeah, we will see you again, Lisa. Again tonight. Thank you for that update, Lisa. Hey, Jay Millie's in the building. What's cracking, cuz? Lady Chase Cirque Day is on Tuesday. She'll see 4-5. Like Coke 45.
Probably would have one now. I can get one of the glass ones.
They don't sell the glass bottles no more.
They do. You just gotta look.
In the hood, but not over here.
Yes, sir. They do over here.
They sell the glass bottles still?
Yes.
You crazy. Okay, here we go, crew. Oh, we here. Okay, yep. Oh, Shabaka's on the road, Jay. He'll see joining us tomorrow.
I'll sit my whole birthday.
Lady Che is talking amongst herself. Her Cirque Day, wish her a happy C Day, y'all. Early C Day in 2 days. Jay Millie said, okay.
Yeah, because my birthday weekend.
It becomes your birthday month. Yeah, it's gonna be the whole damn month of April.
Oh, my April is terrible. Terrorization.
And then Crew's birthday coming up too.
It's always gonna be that way. Be a terrorized different.
Y'all gonna terrorize the YouTube streets.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so this bastard, like I said, he needs to rot in hell, rot in jail, never get out, or receive the death penalty. New York, y'all need to execute this motherfucker like ASAP. That was premeditated murder. He planned this shit out weeks ahead of time. He scoped the whole spot out, and then he executed his mission. He had a whole manifesto. We showed it on our third season of the Frontline Black News before they took it down. Shout out to Jason Black because he posted the whole manifesto on his channel.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah.
Oh, Lady Che got it saved
I
on.
downloaded it because I had to read it. I was like, whoa.
But basically, it was the same playbook as all the other white supremacists that commit these mass shootings. Depopulation, keeping their numbers where they at, because they have minus birth rate. The mothers dying out. They'll be dead in less than 50 years if it was up to me, to be dead tomorrow. But can't say certain things on here. Unalived by tomorrow. Crew. Yep, Jay Millie. Oh, yep, yours is April 10th. Yeah. He said, what's cracking, sis? Happy C-Day. Sorry, y'all, the comments are coming in delayed. He said he got a brisket. Crew said he got a brisket.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him. Oh, shit. They took everything from me this month, so they took all my bread this month. So I don't have anything. I just sleep right through it.
Yeah.
There's the shadow banning, the blocking of everything that I've been working with for on. Like they didn't get it, they didn't receive it, so they took all my money. Then I got no bread for my birthday.
But he told you on the phone, see what have you.
I did already. Either way, I can't get to my computer. So you think so? You're now about to lose my housing, so it's kind of that's my plan. There's up and down.
Yeah, the people, they're requesting federal funding from the dump, and he might suspend the funding. So hopefully he don't suspend the funding so Lady J can keep her place.
Well, I think there's nowhere to go. That happened to you, everybody else thinks that it. We're all about to be fucking evicted. Many moves to go.
Yeah. Hopefully that shit don't happen.
That shit is really happening to you right now. On the news.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One of the 36 families. I am. That shit is really happening right now.
Yes, 36 families.
Yeah. It's 36 families or one of the 36 families. I can't reach you.
What are your thoughts on Peyton Gendron?
I'm surprised he didn't get lit on fire in jail.
Right. Or received the Chauvin treatment.
I don't know why this one just right out of action. Yeah, I can't do it. I gotta look back.
Oh, where the hell they locked his ass up in? I think he's still in New York State. Only thing about the feds is they don't lie. Don't lie to them. Better not answer right. All right, y'all. I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is this black father that decided to escort his son, who was one of them transformers or want to be a transformer, to prom wearing a tuxedo dress, similar to what Billy Porter would be wearing at the Oscars.
Tells you everything you need to know. Comments, but use some critical thinking skills here and understand.
Shout out to the information man. I think he's based out of Memphis.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the program. Let's get into it right now. This is going to be a very sensitive topic. I want people to definitely be honest, leave honest comments, but use some critical thinking skills here and understand we are talking about a minor, a teenager in high school, and this is a very sensitive topic, everybody. What I want to do is just as a reminder to my title of this particular video is that this is about a father, a black father, who has chauffeured and escorted his son to the prom wearing a Billy Porter style. You remember Billy Porter, the actor, when he went to the Oscars with a sort of a tuxedo dress. He's very flamboyant. He's gay. This young man, Romero, is gay as well. He likes to dance. He likes doing makeup, as his mother said. And he went to prom in a purple sort of tuxedo type
Oh,
style
you know,
dress inspired by
once
Billy
the cop
Porter.
was in the law,
And I just want to show you some
being
clips of him
police will
modeling the
like,
outfit. The
crime
father took him
to the Fed.
to the prom,
That's
chauffeured him. This is a very sensitive topic. Everyone's going to have, this is very sensitive. And I do have my opinions about it. I just don't think that a minor who is not a adult, who hasn't had a fully developed brain, I don't think we should have our minors, our children and our teenagers engaging in certain turned up lifestyles.
Yep.
When you are an adult, you turn 18, 21, whatever it is, you become an adult, then you make adult decisions. That's your right to do so. But I think when you're dealing with children, teenagers, adolescents, I think this is the area that I personally draw the line and have some issues with. And not to mention or forget to mention that his father is Muslim. I think the mother has adopted Islam as well. And I know, like many religions, that this type of lifestyle doesn't fly with the religions. So this is a very sensitive topic, but let me give you some clips of him in this outfit, and then we're going to get into this video. We got a lot to cover here. Check this out.
Feds or police.
So you see that right there. He's in his outfit.
Shut up. Right.
This is the outfit that he wore.
Go to sleep
in the car there. There he is, arriving at the prom in that outfit. And there it is, folks. Just wanted to give y'all a preview of what he was wearing. I've got videos coming where the mother is talking about this situation in the video of his father getting out of the truck and surprising him. And let's get into this right now, everybody. This is quite a situation. What can I say?
Right.
I did a video recently about Anthony Mackie. Make sure y'all check that video out, talking about that masculinity when it comes to men in America is at an all-time low. Matter of fact, he said that it's dead. He says that he raises his sons to be respectful, to say yes, ma'am, yes, sir, to protect his mother, to be men. Now, some would say that this situation with this young man has gone too far, particularly with him dressing like this. And then I know I have to say this too, that we know that historically in America, that the masculinity of men has been under attack. Not only what's happening today, but through slavery, through Jim Crow. They used to call black men boys. If you were 70 years old, 80 years old, they would call you a boy. So our masculinity has been under attack for many years and decades. Black men's sexuality has been under attack for many years and decades. And what we see today, in today's time, whether it be movie, television, especially Netflix, you often see them always portraying black men as feminine or transgender, transsexual, gay in movies and television. They tend to always push black males in this type of roles and lifestyles. Now, this is not to disrespect people that are gay, who are living these lifestyles. You're a grown person. You have the right to live the life that you want to live. Nobody can tell you can't live the life that you want to live. Where I draw the line, I'm going to say this again, is when it comes to kids, our minors and teenagers. And I just don't think I personally agree with this situation. The mother, who you're going to hear speak, seemed to really be into it. You're going to see a lot of ladies around him as he's got the outfit on. You see the father, but you don't see other men out there, but you see the ladies, and they're kind of cheering it on. And the thing that interesting to me is that black women who want to marry black men and want to be in relationships with black men, they would never accept a black man who would tell them that he's bisexual. They would never accept that man. So on the one hand, while our black women out here, some of them, not all of them, are supporting the LGBTQ community, supporting, and in some cases, encouraging individuals to, how to use their makeup. This stuff happens. It's not men that are pushing the lifestyle.
44,
it's women who, for the most part, sometimes, not all women, but some will cheerlead this. And I just wonder if it's the best thing for women to be involving themselves in when it comes to young men who are still young in their life and haven't fully developed their brains to realize, is this the lifestyle that they really want to live? So what I want to show you, and this is going to be very emotional as this young man becomes emotional. And I'm not here with this video to punch down on this young man. I'm simply just seeing things from my perspective that I am a little concerned about, but I don't want to punch down the young man, but there are some things that do concern me. And I want to show you here. Here's a video clip of his excitement when, well, let's just check it out right here, folks. Here we go. Now let me just set this up real quick. He's going to get very emotional here because he was not expecting his father to show up and support him in going to the prom in this manner, wearing a tuxedo dress, very feminine looking hair, makeup, the whole 9 yards. He's got his nails done. He didn't think he was going to support that because the father is Muslim. And from what I understand, the mother said that they had a long talk. This was a long period of time for the father to come to conclusion that he would accept his son going to the prom like this, so much that he would drive him to the prom himself, even wear an outfit similar to his outfit in color. This is a tough one, everybody. Let me just start this again because I'm trying to give you some context when you see how emotional he becomes. So he's becoming very emotional. He's crying. But one of the things I notice is that the women that are out there, because he's the only man that's out there, they're becoming emotional. They're saying this is your moment. They're embracing the moment, okay? And this is what I mean. What I'm saying is that I understand why they're embracing the moment, because they love him. He's loved by his family, so they're supporting him. They're accepting his lifestyle. But my question, I'm trying to be very respectful about this, is that is this the most healthy thing for someone that was born a male, for us to be allowing Black male children, teenagers, to feminize themselves and be celebrated in their femininity and to promote the femininity when they're not a girl, they are obviously a boy? Is that the best thing that we should be doing today in today's times when we have issues, or at least heterosexual men are saying that there's issues when it comes to masculinity being seen as toxic, while we're seeing and I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone with this video right now, but I have seen personally where when a young boy or young man is being celebrated for being feminine and dressing in this way, that's being celebrated. But at the same time, masculinity is being thumbs down. If a young man wants to be masculine, wants to be manly, then that's being thumbs down. I'm just asking the question. Can we give the same celebration to young men who exemplify masculine traits as we're doing with young men that are exemplifying feminine traits that some women are celebrating in the way they're celebrating this young man right here? I just wanted to lay that out.
Don't mess up that makeup,
Now, obviously, he's emotional because he never thought his father would show up, because the mother said that there's been a battle, there's been a struggle. Matter of fact, let me do this. I want to do this. This is something that I should have done earlier. Let me put this up here, right here. This is from the mother. She has social media, Big Talk Diamond. She says, so let me explain this first video. My son had a rocky relationship with his pops.
slammed the door.
Growing up, because his pops is Muslim and does not condone his lifestyle, so wearing makeup, feminine hairstyle, nails, and all of that has always been a problem. So on this day, he thought that his pops, his father, would not even come outside to see him leave for the prom because he has Pops, as Pops said, I'm taking my son to the prom. Now, this is why his father had never saw him off for anything that he's participating in terms of dances and past events where he's dressed like this, okay? Now, the father decided to be a chauffeur, and he said, I'm going to match his outfit. So Romero was so surprised to see him get out of the truck.
Exactly.
But when he saw how he was dressed and it matched what he was wearing, he cried like a baby. And it was a very beautiful moment for him, my husband, and the whole family to have a supportive dad when you are in this lifestyle is rare and meant everything in the world for my son. This is what's going on here, folks. This is what's going on here. So the mother,
the warrior,
and I gotta keep it real with you. I expect mothers to always support their sons, whether their son is gay, wants to be trans, or is a heterosexual son. The female women are always more sensitive and more nurturing when it comes to what their kids want to be when they're living a lifestyle that's not what's in the cards that the father would like to see them live. Right now, of course, you have some families, mothers and fathers, that will disown their sons when they want to live this kind of lifestyle. But it's clear that the mother is being very sensitive and very supportive of her son. And the reality is mothers should support their kids. But the problem with this is that they've been getting a lot of backlash for this, a lot of people calling them out, questioning the whole situation. And I have to say, it is quite an uncomfortable sight because you see everyone cheering him on, parading him on. The father, some think that the father does not look very comfortable in this situation. What I want to do is I want you to examine this picture right here, this video right here. A lot of people on social media say, hey, the father don't look comfortable. Did y'all force him to do this? Because he doesn't look comfortable. This is what people are saying. Let me push this back
Hell no.
and play it from right here. Look.
Don't mess up that makeup, grab.
Now, right there, the father. Does this man look like he accepts what's going on, or does it look like he's just playing his role to keep things as calm at home between him and his wife and family? Maybe he still doesn't agree with this, but maybe he was pressured to do this. Maybe he wasn't. The wife, I believe is his wife. I believe I'm going to play a video. She says that he wasn't coerced into accepting this, that he wasn't pressured, that he took time to think about it and made up his own mind. People are saying, hey, the father is a beta male. What man would let his son do this, right? But she said that her husband is all alpha male, and that it has been a struggle, as I read on that post from her, that it's been a struggle over the years where he wasn't accepting this. And I guess at this point in time, he just, I guess he gave in. What do you think so far? Does the father look like he really is comfortable with this situation?
I feel you, reparations.
Some people are saying yes. The wife is saying no. No, y'all don't understand. He is accepting this. It's been a long time coming. I have to be honest and say it does kind of, I'm very uncomfortable with the situation. It's kind of difficult to know that that's a young man dressed like that and has the makeup on, the nails and what have you. It just doesn't exemplify, as a masculine man myself, it just doesn't exemplify in my mind masculinity and what we should be teaching our sons.
Right.
But that's just my opinion.
I don't know what the father said. I think the mother.
When they are minors, they're not adults yet. Let's continue. It's just.
Oh my God! Oh, you made him cry. Wait. Let's let him fall on the floor.
Once again, does the father look like he's really with this?
No.
Now, under the shades, it looks like he's like, hey, I'm just going through the motions.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a problem with my wife tonight. But maybe he has come to, I don't know. This is
probably out there.
I don't know. Let's
Tell the truth.
Let's go.
Let him fall. Let him fall on the floor. Oh, poor baby. Oh.
Once again, does he look? I can't, folks. I'm sorry. I keep saying this, but examine the father.
Hold on.
So you obviously see that he's getting a lot of support from the female
I feel you, Crew.
family members. They're giving him all love and showering grace. My question is going to be a controversial question, everybody. My question is that are the women that you see out there cheering Romello on, are they encouraging the behavior and lifestyle? Would these same women that are out there supporting this, would they accept it with their own son? Would these women that are out there supporting this, would they want to be with a man that came out and told them, by the way, I'm bisexual. I like being with both women and I like being with men as well. Would those same black women accept a man in their life romantically who is non-binary, who likes to play both sides, play on both teams, as they say? I highly doubt it, but that's just my opinion.
Tell the truth.
Let's get back to the video.
Yes. Look up. Oh, Mello's crying. He didn't know his pop was going to be there. He's crying. This is monumental.
Exactly, Crew.
Don't get me wrong. I can understand why the young man is crying, because he never thought that his father was going to be out there to support this, because prior to this, as the mother said, you're going to hear the video, the father wasn't down with this. There had been a battle between him and the son over the years. I've got some more inside information to let you guys know too about this situation, but let's continue.
No.
Once again, does the father seem like he's really with this type of program?
Too much.
And I might be wrong, because the wife said that he was down with it. But body language tells you 1,000 words. People's body language, without them opening up their mouth, tells you everything you need to know when you examine body language.
Tell the truth.
Let's continue.
Come on, I need pictures. Excuse me. I love the candidness. Let it know. Let it. Let's go.
So right there, I'm going to freeze this again. Does the father look like he is with this program?
We don't know.
I have to ask the question.
A different segment of this fucking person in his driveway.
I truly have to ask this question, everybody. It is one that has to be asked.
Doesn't look like his goddamn
And let's go to the mother and let her explain the situation in more detail. And wow, y'all, this is quite a situation. Let's go.
The father is hurting deep down inside. Well, let me just make this really small and really brief. The father is definitely not hurting deep down inside. My husband is an alpha male. You, me, or nobody on this God's green earth can make him do anything that he doesn't want to do. Nobody. Okay?
Okay.
The negative comments,
It's dark too.
it does nothing for our family but make us look at you and want to pray for you. That's all.
Yeah, I got to be honest, everybody. There was a lot of negative comments, I think, on TikTok. I think maybe on all the social media. I'm not making this video because I want to punch down on the young man, punch down on his family.
Right.
I don't agree with it fundamentally.
Push it out in our faces.
But I'm not going to punch down because one, that's not my child. None of us are rearing this child. Obviously, if we have our own kids, and it's our responsibility to rear our kids as we see fit. I don't agree with it. There's some out there that think that maybe this is a clout chase because maybe this is all about a publicity stunt to get attention on her son so that her son can blow up off of social media. Because in this clip, you're going to hear her say that, hey, my son's available for any of the people out here. I think they're in Atlanta, Georgia, or something like that. That my son is available for anybody that wants to take pictures of him in their photo studios. I mean, she's really soliciting.
I can't understand what you're
the idea that her son can do some modeling out there for some modeling agencies. So you could say that maybe some of this, or maybe the attention that they're getting out of this, maybe the mother is hoping that this could roll into an opportunity for Romero to really blow up. Another thing, Romero has people that he looks up to. He looks up to Billy Porter, Tyler Perry. He wants to meet Beyonce, things of that nature. But let's get back to this. This is a hell of a situation.
Okay. My husband was proud in this moment. What you couldn't see behind those purple glasses was the fact that he was holding back tears. His eyes were watering up. This was a moment that he chose. He came to me and told me that he was taking his son to the prom. He chauffeured him to the prom. He was not his date. He chauffeured him to the prom. That's what he did. And it was a beautiful moment, and we loved it. Our family has been waiting for this moment for years. Years. The moment was beautiful.
Mellow.
What you don't know and understand in this moment is that this is not even his biological son.
See, there it is.
Right. That's one of the things I was going to tell everybody, but it's great that, hey, the mother tells the tea, right? She tells it. So you know that what I'm saying is confirmed by the mother. I was going to let everybody know that this is not his biological son, but he's been in Romero's life. Romero's life, excuse me, everybody, since he was a kid. So this is a situation where this man has been the only father that this young man has known. The issue that I'm wondering is like,
wow.
I know people out there are going to say, okay, but maybe then that's the reason why he's the way he is, because he ain't got his real father in his life. He's got somebody standing in for the real father. We don't know the circumstances, but apparently there's a bond that he has with this young man, according to the mother. He's a stepfather, or he's not the biological father, but he's doing what the biological father, I guess, is not doing, which is being in his life. Now, I know people are going to say, well, see, this is why he's the way he is, because he don't have the biological father. And then the question is, where is the biological father if he is indeed alive and in her son's life? Who knows? Let me continue with this. This is
son that he raised since he was 3 years old. So this took a lot.
All right, cool. So he's raised this young man.
Oh my God.
That's what he is. He is still a young teenage boy who wants to live this type of lifestyle, whether we agree with it or not. He's raised him since he was 3 years old.
So he's the only father.
My husband never condoned the femininity, the feminine hairstyles, the makeup, the nails. He never condoned any of that. This took a long time. My husband has definitely came a long way. But what you need to know is that he was proud in this moment, and he loves his son. And I love my baby. I love my baby. I'm a very supportive mother. I believe that God makes no mistakes, and this is the son that he gave me, and this is the son that I will support for all the days that I have here on this earth.
As I said before, mothers are always going to, more likely than a father, accept the child for what they want to be. Question again, if you're dealing with a child, a teenager, a minor, should we allow them to live this type of lifestyle when they are not of adult age? That's the problem I personally have with it.
Oh my God, Nutella.
And then going back to what Anthony Mackie said, is that we're living in America at a time when masculinity is literally dying before our eyes. And when people are masculine, when you have boys that are masculine, then they are being criticized for the masculinity, while society, sometimes it appears like they're propping the feminine lifestyle for our boys versus the masculine lifestyle. That is how some men feel about this issue. Give your honest opinions in the comment section of this video. Once again, this is a very sensitive video, so definitely be very critical thinking in how you leave messages. Okay, I don't want, so let's continue.
It reminds me of motherfucking.
I love my son. My son is a thespian. He is a very good actor. He is a singer. He is a dancer. He is a makeup artist. My son loves everyone that he comes in contact with, okay? And at the end of the day, he is loved. So all the negativity that you guys are spewing out, you know, trying to sit up here and bring towards my son and towards my husband, please stop. I'm asking you, please stop. It's not gonna do anything for.
Now, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't condone people hating on a teenage kid or hating on the family. Even if you can have the right to disagree with what they're doing with the son and what they have allowed the son to do in that whole situation. I didn't particularly personally like the whole scene of him out there crying like that. I didn't like that whole scene, right? But folks, don't be putting threats on this family. It's not appropriate. I don't really think it's appropriate, even if we don't agree with the situation. But then on the other flip side of this, I have to say,
love the child. Nobody
you did post this on social media. You put your son out there on social media dressed in that manner, putting it on TikTok and various social medias because either you're trying to get some clout for your son, because you've been saying, people are going to hear in the end of this video how she's sort of promoting, hey, we're willing for him to do modeling for you guys out there. So either you're trying to promote him, but then you're getting this backlash that you either didn't expect to get or you don't want to get. But that comes along, unfortunately, with the territory when you put this sort of thing out into the media or social media and promote it for everybody to see. You could have easily kept this a private situation between son, father, your family, without it being put on social media, because you had to know, my sister, that you're going to have positive people positively supporting this, and you're going to have people negatively saying they don't like this, that it's terrible. You had to be aware that that was going to happen. It comes along with the territory. Let's continue.
Tell the truth.
For us, or to us at this day. I thank you, and I applaud those that are supporting us right now at this time. I thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we love the love and support that you are giving us.
Right. Right.
But the negativity, baby. I mean, hey, you know, you got to know that you're no one until you have haters, right? So I guess this is the point where we're at right now in life. I would like to thank Callie Couture out of Newark, New Jersey, my very good friend, okay, for making the outfit that my son wore. Go look her up, go hit her up if you want something designed. She definitely can do it. The inspiration was from Mr. Billy Porter, okay? His hair inspiration was from Mr. Law Roach. And everything came out perfect. Everything came out perfect. And I love the moment. This is something that is priceless, and that's something that my son will never forget a day in his life. And we're going to live in this moment. And from this, you know, hopefully my son will be able to meet his idol, which is Mr. Tyler Perry, along with Miss Beyonce Knowles. But Mr. Tyler Perry, he wants to be in your movies. He wants to be in your plays. Like, you know.
This is the part that one can say, here is the clout chase.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
So it makes you think that they do this knowing that it was going to get a lot of traction on social media, obviously, that they would get haters and people that would support this because her son wants to meet Tyler Perry. Her son wants to be in his movies. She says he's talented as a dancer and singer and makeup artist. So I'm just saying, on a side note, could part of this be, I'm not only the fact that the son is gay, this is the lifestyle that he wants to live, and this is what they allowed him to do, but at the same time,
It's like some Dwayne
hoping that this would turn into an opportunity for the son to get himself connected to living that lifestyle in entertainment. I'm just asking the question here.
Son.
Everybody, let's get back to this.
Yes.
All of that. And to any of the photographers that are in the Atlanta area, we're in Georgia, we're in Gwinnett County.
See what I mean?
If you would like to shoot my son in a photo shoot, please hit me up. For any type of marketing or promotion that you would like to use him for. And anybody else that wants to, promote Romello, as far as makeup, hair and things of that nature, like just hit me up, let me know.
Could this be the clout chase? I'm just asking the question.
Tell the truth. Hey, son.
I just want to thank you. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for everything. My son will definitely live in this moment. The negativity will not kill his vibe. Trust and believe me. We are God-fearing people over here, and we love him, and we love what's going on. And no one shall judge him or my husband but Allah, but God. Please believe that. So, to all the supporters, we love you. And to all the haters, we love you too. God bless.
All right, everybody. So there it is. She says that no one can judge but Allah. That's a fact. Nobody can really judge. We can have our opinions, but it's God's judgment. It's Allah's judgment. The thing that I find that confuses me here is that the husband is Muslim. I guess apparently adapted Islam or she's Muslim.
I would never do no shit like that.
I'm assuming because of what she just said at the end there. And we know that whether it be Christianity or the Catholic Church in Islam, that the whole sexual lifestyle, this lifestyle and letting a biological boy do this does not jive with any of the religious doctrine. Okay? And particularly with Islam. So that's the thing that's puzzling to me too. And then she said the husband, he took a long time to come to the conclusion that he would support his son in this situation. Keep this in mind. This is not his biological son. This is his son by way of he married the mother and he was there for this son by raising the son when I guess the biological father is either not around to do his duties. With that said, everybody, this is the Information Man Show. This has been a very sensitive video, very sensitive topic for me to talk about, especially on these YouTube streets.
Tell the truth.
With that said, everybody, tell somebody.
After the sting, there's a little follow-up. You know what I mean? Like a trigger. That's love. So quick it was a reaction. You know what I mean? And if I told
we some 1950s toxic men.
No, man, that's some pussy shit. Where's
I only brought this up because Shabbat.
Like, look, check it out. Shabbat was the same way about this way. Yeah.
We did some.
We just can't. This is bad.
Yep.
It's not even toxic. It's bitch made. Literally by bitches. Literally made by bitches. That little boy was maybe a little boy for like a couple months, and they made it to something else. Bitch made.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's gonna be the new definition.
Like that video. Remember that video? That Tether telling that baby she hope he's gay. And she was holding the baby, talking about you're gonna be a gay baby.
Oh God, you know, I'll tell you something though about this thing about whether or not motherfuckers can be born a certain way or not. I have to believe it's true only because I witnessed it with my own eyes. Mm-hmm. And I witnessed it with my own eyes, so I knew that's what that was going to be about when said individual became older, like a lot older. Now it's like 28 years old. You know, so I recognized it when it was only when he was like 3. You know what I mean? I recognized it. I recognized it with the third one too, when she was 2.
I used to play monkey tag, blind tag on gym equipment.
That's how we can move on to screen.
Monkey tag.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Can't really sit here.
I'm trying to come up with the comments. All right, are those your final thoughts on this, ladies?
Comments the whole show.
I know. That's why I asked you what your final thoughts.
Done with that. Yeah. Glad it's over with.
So moving along, we got Pastor Jamal Bryan exposed as a grifter.
Yeah, right. That's the one from preaching at the butt
Unleash the power of knowledge.
Oh, bust your ass. Oh,
Yeah.
God, I can't wait.
Exposed as a drifter by admitting white women benefit from DEI the most.
How is that a grift?
Because he said the opposite, I guess.
I'm a fucking high. He's not a grift.
Knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple.
So Sister Demetria K is going, Auntie Demetria K is going to give us an update on this.
The next video I'm about to show you proves my point that I always try to make over and over again. There's a lot of people who go to church and they listen to the pastor whoop and holler, and then if you ask them, oh, well, what did he say today? I don't know, child. It sure was good, though. Woo, he sure had a message. Now, I want y'all to listen to Jamal Bryant deliver this rebel-rousing sermon, and then I'm going to point something out. Come on back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't even mad. I feel bad for the brown people who thought they were better than black people, who are now facing deportation. I feel bad for the white women who didn't realize they were the real DEI hires and were going to lose their job. I feel bad for Columbia and Emory and Johns Hopkins losing $300, $400, and $800 million, but HBCUs ain't never had that kind of money. I feel bad for the Tesla dealerships that got to close because they lost $900 billion since December because they forgot it ain't electricity, it's people that power this nation. I feel bad for them. A little bit. Until I remember the words of that black sister with cornrows. Until you do right by me, nothing you do is gonna work. I tried to feel bad.
As y'all heard him say, I feel bad.
Right.
Sound like he choking. But anyway, I digress. But one of the things that he said that really should have people say, wait a minute now, is when he said, I feel bad for white women who were the DEI hires. Y'all heard him. Now, what was he doing not too long ago? And I don't even know if he's still doing it because I ain't heard nothing about it. He was leading the 40-day fast on Target. Why? Because they were getting rid of their DEI programs. And he had a lot of black people in lockstep with him. He, unbirthed that, if you will, out of his pulpit. We're going on a 40-day fast of Target because they getting rid of DEI, but out of his own mouth. The other side, what did the Bible say about being lukewarm? I'm just leave that alone, okay? Because that's not even why I'm here. But out of one side of his mouth, he says, oh, white women are the ones that benefit from DEI. But then on the other side, he was telling black people, oh, we need to boycott because they're getting rid of DEI. Well, brother, if you know that it didn't benefit black people, then why did you go on with that lie that black people needed to be upset about that? Right. See, that goes back to my original point. Some people just be hooping and hollering in church right along with the pastor and don't know what's being said. Yeah. How many of the people are sat in that church and all the people that shared that video thinking, yeah, Jamal, he really said something and he brought up Celie from the doggone color purple. How many of them did that gloss right over when they was doing all that screaming and amen and hallelujah? See, we got to really pay attention to these charlatans that's out there being the Pied Piper of gullible black people, because that's what Jamal is. He gloms onto any and everything to get black people emotional so that he can continue to benefit. He don't care about whether you go on the Target or not. He only cares about being the leader or something. What are you leading black people to do? Help white women? Because that's what boycotting does. If boycotting Target makes Target say, okay, you know what, we changed our minds, we're going to do DEI again after all, that's going to help white women. It ain't going to help black people. So again, Jamal Lyant is up there hollering for what? And while he was up there telling some truth, he also forgot about the lie he told in regards to white women being the biggest benefactor of DEI. And a lot of y'all, not y'all, but them over there, fell for it. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel. And my...
I'm not no killer. I'm not no murderer. I'm not no bad person.
Right on time. I do feel bad to the Tesla. Tesla's blowing up and fucking losing money, but not bad enough.
Sorry, Reparations Nation.
But not that bad.
Fucking with your comments.
I do feel bad about this, about white women learning. But not that bad. You think?
Yeah. This clown needs to. This clown sleeps with members of his church. He needs to chill, right?
I ain't hearing nothing. You just only hear what you want.
The hell with this Jamal Bryant.
I'm amused right there, but ultimately it doesn't kill.
Just like the hell with Marvin Sapp gonna hold his whole congregation hostage.
Be angry. If you would have seen that and listened to it for real and really heard what he's saying, that shit is not only comical, it's true for how black people should be feeling right now. I feel bad, but not that bad to go help you. I burned my cake months ago.
But then he tried to go help.
Stop, just listen. I feel bad, but not that bad.
I'm a killer, but I'm not a bad person.
Listen, I feel bad, but not that bad to go dust off my cape and save you, oh. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
That was the best. I feel bad because your shit's crumbling, but you did it to yourself. Like you did. So that's the funny part. That's the truth of the matter. If you be listening clearly, black folks, instead of being angry about and selective outreach too. Let me just point that out. Selectively angry instead of seeing the whole thing and being abused and fucking in the moment with the spirit. I feel bad when white women are upset, but not that bad to go throw my cape on and say them stupid O's. You know what I mean? I feel bad that everything is crashing on both sides of the fucking aisle with Democrats and Republicans, but not that bad to go and align with one of them. You know what I mean? I feel bad when you poor because you brought that on yourself. After you want to decide you want to blame this and that. I feel bad because everybody's doing this and such, but not for me to go fix it for you. I feel bad you outside all by yourself and looking around talking about no black people outside. Your fault, but I don't feel bad enough that we should go back outside. You did? It's like that. Like you just read between the lines, sarcastic. That was all sarcastic, and he did it in the typical church spirit of it all. You know what I mean? It was loud and everything, and that's why everybody talking all that shit. But they were nobody was really listening. She wasn't listening. Y'all ain't listening. The only one that heard it was right here. I heard it. I read it through the lines. I heard what the fuck he said. He's condescending and sarcastic like a motherfucker, and he did that loudly. You hear it?
Mm-hmm. It's like birds chirping.
You hear the squeaky?
Yeah. Oh, that's the mousy friend.
Oh God, I was dying so much cold, all alone with the mousy friend.
Oh God.
Yeah.
To hell with this dude.
You hear it?
And to hell with the other dude too. Yes, I hear
Don't
it.
call for help. I hope you die, mousy friend. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry, I got a mouse in here. It's squeaking every time I talk.
Yeah.
Like he's asking for help. You don't get any help. You get help pretty great. With this bitch.
Yeah, he over here, I think.
You hear it?
Mm-hmm.
You heard it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we start talking.
Yeah, he's gonna start pissing here shortly.
Killed. No, let me see you in your ear.
We need a piece of cotton.
Or Jesse shoe. I like it the day that I saw that shit.
It was hiding in my shoe, cuz.
What day? When?
Remember you said you see them jump in my shoe.
Oh yeah, I told him take you. I said, why jump there? Go to the backpack class. We go home with them. That's what I said. Okay, you didn't watch me. He was in the shoe.
Lady Che has micey friends, and them the melanated micey friends.
I have a mouth. I do not. I have one in here. He does the Birdman clap very nice. I'm like Carolina. Jumps up like he's ready, just ready to get that action shit. I'm like, man, please come over this way. I got the fucking Mount of Destiny for you. I was like baseball in my room. Like that. Ow. I don't get so long.
Yeah, we're getting back to this. To hell with that pastor, just like the hell with that other one. Because he's talking out both sides of his neck. He talk a good game, but then on the backside, he's sitting up talking about, we need to protest Target.
He's just fucking confused like everybody else. Really, think about it. If you can't tell right now, our people are fucking confused.
Clearly.
He's just as confused as everybody else. One minute he's lying this way, next minute he's lying that way. He's probably listening to some certain medias and shit, and he's probably just in an echo chamber of his own mind. I wouldn't really blame him too much. As long as he keeps the entertainment coming, kind of fucking with it. Like, you know what I mean? That shit was bad entertainment. I thought you were talking about the fucking.
Crew said I only have pets. I don't have pets. I don't have other species in my house.
Jesse owes me a pet, actually.
Yeah, I do.
And a baby. So, you know, he owes me those two things. And in 5 years, I still couldn't get a pet. And then I was thinking to myself, I got the plan. I'm sure as I'm getting that adoption fee at Princeton. Not at all. I'm not paying anything. Matter of fact, I got a can of tuna, 2 fucking terracotta, and a box.
She got her
that one over there in the alley 2 blocks away.
Oh my god.
And then over there, eat, go to sleep. I'll wake him up, talking to him like, you got a job to do. You're getting the fuck out. Like, that's it. As soon as he does his job, he get the fuck out. You know what I mean? I make sure I put him in the same condition as I brought him. So he looked like he woke up in a different place. You know what I mean? He's just gonna wake up in a different alley. Same shit, different day. That shit is $250 to get a motherfucking cat that you hope to God can be a good mouser.
Yeah.
Right? Because these motherfuckers don't want to do it. Why do I give a fuck? They're kicking me out anyway. I don't really give a fuck. I shouldn't even care right now. Shut up, Jesse. Why did you do that? You know what I mean?
I heard the squeaking.
What's that? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's my shit is not like Jesse shit. My shit is over. Real housing is over. But that'd be the same thing with you, Jesse. They can't find it. Your shit ain't gonna be able to find it. Did you think about that?
Mm-mm.
Yes, you didn't.
No, because I went to coalition.
Right. They will get they get federal money too.
Yeah, they get state, federal, and local.
Right. So if mine doesn't get any of that, yours won't either.
Yeah.
See? You didn't think about that, smart guy.
Got a state voucher, not a federal one. Last closes.
I'm ready.
I had a girl that got under the covers every morning. Fitness girl. Okay.
All right. That's off topic, but all right. I was under the covers until I got sick and I stood up. Let's go to the next topic.
The next topic is
I got the giggles now.
update. Shout out to Torian. Torian's gonna give us an update on Raymond Charles III. No. Who was sentenced to 360 years in prison for murdering 6 of his family members.
Oh yeah, we got this.
A lot of people
Tonight, Raymond Childs III is maintaining his innocence.
But still, he is going to prison for 360 years for murdering 6 of his family members. These are deadly shootings that happened more than 4 years ago inside the family home that's located here in Indianapolis out on the east side.
Rich 9 takes us into the courtroom to hear from the families destroyed by this mass murder.
Raymond Childs III was just 17 years old in January 2021 when 6 people were shot and killed inside this home on Adams Street. A jury convicted Childs in October of murdering his parents, his 13-year-old sister, his 18-year-old brother, and his brother's 19-year-old almost full-term pregnant girlfriend. A 15-year-old brother who ran out of the house was shot twice but survived.
I cannot comprehend the darkness in your heart at that time that led you to commit such an unfortunate act on January 24th. What I do know is that our lives changed forever on this date, and you robbed us of everything we had.
Childs told the families in a packed courtroom that he is not the killer.
Just as I sit here 4 years ago, I'm innocent. It's not a day that goes by where I don't think about them or wish that they was here. Even on my bad days, I tell myself that they're still here.
The judge called the murders calculated, cunning, and cold-blooded, sending Childs to prison for the rest of his life. So the 360-year prison sentence breaks down like this: 55 years for each of the 6 people murdered, including the unborn baby, and 30 years for the attempted murder of Raymond Childs' 15-year-old brother.
The evidence in this case could fairly be characterized as overwhelming. There was cell phone evidence. He was caught with the murder weapon, and most compellingly, his own brother identified him in open court. And it would have been nice if he had expressed some remorse about what happened.
Everything that he said, I believe. So I don't too much believe justice was served, but I do hope that they do find the real people that did it.
The justice system decided he did it. Rich Knight, 13 News.
And Childs plans to appeal his conviction. During testimony today, a doctor said that Childs suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder due to a childhood filled with complex trauma from abuse and domestic violence.
All right, so y'all just heard that audio right there. And some of you may or may not remember this, but I think I did talk about this story years ago when it first happened. Of course, they said it happened in January of 2021. And, you know, I think at the time, it was one of those stories that kind of got buried under, of course, what happened on January 6th, because this happened a couple weeks later after that happened. But everyone was still talking about January 6th, as we all knew that they would. But when I saw this story right here, when I looked at the title and the update about this man who took out his whole family in Indianapolis, I said, why does the story sound so familiar? And then I just went and typed his name into Google and I saw his mugshot, and I vaguely remember that same exact mugshot. And the thing is, I can't remember if I talked about it or if it was on Patreon or whatever the case may be, but I definitely remember the story because the mugshot stuck out to me so much. And of course, at the time, he was only 17. And of course, this is what, 4 years later. Yeah. So he's what, 21? I'm sorry, 22, or about to turn 22, whatever the case is. And that's probably why they was waiting to try him now as an adult, because he was a minor when he did what he did. And I said to myself, when I read the details of the story, even back then, I said that was so gruesome and so barbaric for what this guy did. I mean, this dude took out 6 of his family members, and one of them was pregnant with their unborn child. So that counts as, I think, 7, unless there were 5, and then the unborn baby counts as 6. This man literally single-handedly slaughtered his entire family, his siblings, the brothers, the sisters, and an unborn child, and almost took out the last sibling, but they were able to get away with non-fatal gunshot wounds and was able to get help. And I said, there's no way that no jury of sane mind would not find this dude guilty of every single thing and lock him up and throw away the key. Yeah. I'm just glad that this was the outcome of that particular case. If anybody out there who lives in the city of Indianapolis or just in the state of Indiana as a whole, let me know if you've ever heard of this story, or if you are aware of this update, because this actually came out, and I'm recording this on March 15th. This actually came out about 4 days ago. So it's kind of like, you know, I didn't hear about it until I saw it pop up on my YouTube feed, and I looked at it and immediately knew exactly who he was. And I said, yep, that's him. And then you got that woman at the end talking about, like, they don't believe that that justice wasn't prevailed because she doesn't believe it was him. Lady, go sit down somewhere. Who are you? And speaking of that, I think what frustrates me about the outcome of this is that he sits there 4 years later after what he did and still claims he's innocent and that he didn't do it, even though all evidence leads and points directly back to him and only him. Yeah. There was no accomplices. He acted alone. He knew exactly what he was doing, and they have determined that it was premeditated. Like he planned to do this, and he did, because all of the family were in one location. So there you have it. That was the perfect storm for him, and he acted upon, and he did what he did. And now he got to spend the next 360 years. Let's be real here. He's not going to see all 360 years. He'll be gone by the time. But they wanted to throw him away so bad that they made sure there was no chance for him to ever get out. So that's why they threw that 360 there. Sort of like what they did with Dirty Dick Danny when he got like 270 years. So they just do that as a precaution. And it's probably a scare tactic too, because 9 times out of 10, they know that's going to instill fear. But of course, you know, it's no surprise that he and his attorneys are going to appeal this decision. But I don't see the appeal working. I have a feeling that all those appeals they're going to do is most likely going to get overturned because, again, he's not some innocent party. He wasn't set up. Again, he acted alone. There were no accomplices there. He acted upon and did what he did. He committed a very heinous and tragic and very savage and barbaric act on his own family. For whatever reason, they tried to say that he was dealing with some kind of trauma issues when he was a child and everything like that. That's why you go to therapy. You don't go and get a gun and just spray your whole family up. Because what did they do to you? If you had any issues that happened with you with trauma issues, and most likely if it did allegedly happen, you look to your parents or any adult around during that time. You don't go and take out your siblings and do what you did. Because I believe he was the oldest, or maybe the next, like maybe not the oldest, but he might have been like the second born. He was, you know, he was up there. I think the one who was pregnant was the one who was the oldest, unless that wasn't a sibling. Either way, what he committed was a very unfortunate act upon his family that did not deserve that. They didn't see it coming. They practically got ambushed by him. Luckily, one sibling was able to get away and actually tell people about what happened, because who knows if he would have taken out all of the siblings, what would have happened? I don't think he would have got very far, but he probably wouldn't have gotten caught that day. So in the end, they came to the right conclusion when it comes to him, and I hope that he has the most roughest time wherever it is, I should say, that he is going. I was having a conversation with one of my subscribers in the Discord because we was trying to figure out what was the exact reasoning as to why Raymond Childs III did what he did, and I vaguely do remember this story because I do remember talking about it after reading this part, and we couldn't figure out what it was. At first we thought it was because his parents said that he couldn't go see his girlfriend. Then I said I don't remember exactly what it was, but then I went and found an article involving the update that actually explained what the reasoning was, and it had nothing to do with so-called childhood trauma like they initially said in the report. It says familicide over a curfew. In the wake of the incomprehensible murders, police learned the spark that set Raymond Childs III on his bloody rampage was a broken curfew. Turns out Childs had taken his father's vehicle without permission the night before the murders. When he returned home after midnight, his father let Childs know he was in trouble and promised discipline would be meted out later. But the 17-year-old Childs wouldn't wait to find out what his punishment would be. Instead, he picked up a gun in the dead of night and meted out his own retaliation, planning for no one to escape his wrath, which pretty much ended up happening with the exception of his younger brother, who almost got taken out but was able to get away. And then when I had to go find this part right here, I had to end up scrolling through and reading up all the details again, and it's just so sad what he did because of something he did. He's the one that took his dad's car without permission. He's the one that broke curfew. And then because he was about to be disciplined, he got mad and decided to do what he did. And when you read that, and if you read all the details, in case you want to, I'm not suggesting that you do because it is very graphic, then you realize why he got these 360 years behind bars. He deserved that time. And I also have to throw in a correction for myself. I believe that I said that he killed all of his siblings except one. Yes, he did do that with the exception of one, but the one that he took out that he killed that was pregnant was not his sibling. The one that he killed that was pregnant was actually his older brother's girlfriend who was pregnant with their child, and they said that she was near her due date. So that means she was far along in her pregnancy. It's not like they just found out she was pregnant and she wasn't showing or barely showing. She was like out there, like when they say near due, I'm guessing maybe at the 8th month, maybe 7-month mark. She was getting closer to her due date. So if I said that earlier in the video that he killed all of his siblings plus an unborn child, yeah, he did, but the one that he killed that was pregnant was not his sister. That was actually his brother's girlfriend who was pregnant. And by the way, the sibling that got this woman pregnant with the child that was murdered was also the brother he killed as well, because the younger brother who got away, that was a different sibling. Either way, the story is very tragic, and he, like I just stated, got exactly what he deserved. And honestly, when he gets behind bars, wherever it is that he's going to be dealing with a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. All right, what's your thoughts, Lady Che? I'm doing a whole.
He's been there now. You fucked up. You should never did that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yep, I concur. All right, moving along. The dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump says he's serious about a third term. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that. Hold on, Lisa. Let me play the clip.
Y'all, I have to give Donald Trump some credit. At least this man ain't falling up the steps, down the steps, on the stage, off of bikes like Joe Biden did. So he does seem to be a little more steady on his feet than Joe Biden, at least for now. So he is serious, according to the reports, that he is going to seek a third term in office. Now, according to the 22nd Amendment, it says that, he can't do beyond 2 terms. But we know Donald Trump don't believe in following laws or abiding by the Constitution. He is in office right now, steamrolling over all of that. He has no concern about following anything other than the things he wants to do. So he said he's not joking about seeking a third term. A lot of people want me to do it. Well, who are these lot of people? Y'all, it's only been 70 days of Donald Trump in office, and already people are exhausted.
Right.
From all the stuff that has happened over just a 70-day period. Well, he claims a lot of people are cheering this on. Trump, 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 right? According to what he said Sunday morning in a call with NBC News, referring to his allies. But I basically tell them we have a long way to go. It's very early in the administration. Yes. And you're doing too much. You're doing too much. He said, I'm focused on the current Trump ad and some of most extensive comments to date about serving a third term. So he really got into it. So when they were asking him, NBC, about this third term, he said he likes working. I'm not joking, Trump said. But I'm not, it is far too early to think about it. So they were asking, well, what are your plans? You got the Constitution that says you can't do this. So what are your plans? What methods are you going to use to get this third term? So, possible scenario in which Vice President J.D. Vance would run for office and then pass the role to Donald Trump. Trump responded, that's one method. Wow. So you're going to use your vice president and then push him to the side so you can run. Okay. So they were asking about another method that he could possibly use to run for a third term. And Amending the Constitution to abolish the two-term limit would be exceedingly difficult, requiring either 2/3 of votes from Congress or 2/3 of the states agreeing to call a constitutional convention to propose changes. Either route would require ratification from 3/4 of the states.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
The president pointed to his polls, saying that a lot of people would like me to hold office a third term.
Oh my God.
Y'all, I'm being for real. Have you heard a lot of people
No.
since Donald Trump took office said they want a third term?
No.
Let me know in the comment section, because I haven't heard it from a living soul.
Right.
If you have, let me know.
Right.
Seriously. So, I believe this is Republican Rep Andy Ogle of Tennessee crafted a resolution calling for the extension of presidential term limits and allow Trump to seek a third term in office.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Trump ally Steve Bannon said in an interview, "You mean the same Steve Bannon that ripped off the build that wall money?"
Yep.
build that wall, and then he ran off with all the money. That Steve Bannon?
Yep.
Okay. So anyway, he said in an interview on News Nation that he believes Trump will run and win again in 2028.
I know, Lisa, it's a slap.
I think it's funny how Donald Trump refers to everybody a criminal, but everybody he's surrounded in, in office and outside of the office, he hangs out with a bunch of criminals, y'all. But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So Bannon said in the same interview that he thought we'll have a couple of alternatives in determining how Trump could seek a third term, despite the 2-term maximum for holding the presidency.
Uh-oh. I guess that's how she ended the video. She was having technical difficulties. Oh, looks like Lisa was having technical difficulties. All right, well, thank you, Lisa, for that update. Yeah, I didn't know if this is even possible for him to do this. Lisa broke it down. And currently, it's not possible for him to run for a third term. So that's just crazy. All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Chen? Clearly.
71 days so far has been chaotic.
Yeah.
And busy as motherfuckers. Not really did the force or anything. So it's been going according to plan. His run. There's a lot of, might be some things that are kind of chaotic for us, but not really. We're doing a pretty good job of watching and staying at home. So I don't know. I don't think she should be president again. Although I don't think J.D. Vance should be president.
Right.
I definitely don't think that Elon Musk should be doing anything here.
Well, Elon's about to quit Doge in like 30 days or something.
I was trying to watch this thing online about that. Black Network.
Lisa did a video on it too. Alrighty there. So we'll keep y'all updated on this. He think he gonna run for a third term. Are you fucking serious? If he said he's serious, so a lot of people want him to do it.
It is. And we were saying that it's like you have to get some kind of money now whenever you say some stupid shit like that.
Right. So, in other Trump dump-related news. Trump and Putin honeymoon is over. It's over. Trump threatens tariffs on Russia. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, look like the honeymoon phase is over between Putin and Donald Trump. He is threatening to put tariffs on Russia. Now, Putin has been turning down these ceasefire deals that Donald Trump keeps putting on the table. And y'all, Donald Trump is not a negotiator. Let's get this real. He usually is the one causing a lot of chaos and disarray. He is not the one for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And, and the Europeans have offered to do it, but Donald Trump, he wants the fame and glory. He wants to do this himself. And it's just not going well at all. We already saw what happened when Zelensky visited the White House the last time. So Trump offers most critical comments of Russia with threat of secondary tariffs. Because Joe Biden put a whole bunch of tariffs on Russia. So Trump has leveled his strongest criticism to date against Vladimir Putin on Sunday, threatening to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil if the country does not negotiate a ceasefire deal with Ukraine that would stop the fighting. The comments are relayed on Meet the Press. So, apparently he had conversations with Vladimir Putin. Things did not go so well. So Trump has indicated a growing impatience with the negotiation. Trump is also threatening 25 to 50% tariffs on Russian oil that could be imposed at any moment. And he planned to speak with his Russian counterpart this week. Yeah, Putin keeps throwing those deals right back in Donald Trump's face, and I think he's getting irritated now. Yeah. You know how sensitive he is. So if Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, this is Donald Trump saying this, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I'm going to put secondary tariffs on oil and on all oil coming out of Russia, Mr. Trump said. Oh, really? Sounds like a different Donald Trump. Y'all, he don't sound like that little lapdog. The lapdog is biting. So Trump has previously referred to secondary tariffs as levies on imports from the countries that purchase products from the nation he's targeted. And this is part of his foreign policy. And you can see why most of the world have a big problem with Donald Trump's foreign policies. And I mean, let's face it, over the years, the foreign policies that come out of the U.S. is really what have put the U.S. out of favor. It's not favored anymore. It used to be, but not anymore. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So Trump has taken to align himself with Putin despite the United States support for Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion more than 3 years ago. And Donald Trump knows that Russia invaded Ukraine, and then he's sitting there trying to play semantics. Oh, well, I don't know if it was Russia's fault or if it wasn't Russia. Come on. This man knows that Russia went in there and invaded, just like everybody on this planet knows that. I don't even know why he's trying to play that game. So anyway, Since taking office, Donald Trump has declined to acknowledge that it was Russia who started the war, falsely declared President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine as a dictator, but not Putin, accused Zelensky of not wanting peace. But yet, every time Donald Trump proposed a ceasefire deal, Russia is the one that keeps turning it down. I'm just saying. They have turned it down a lot more than Zelensky as of now. Okay, so Trump's remarks also reflect his increasing promise to use tariffs to compel countries to bend to his domestic and foreign policy goals. In the same phone call, he said he would consider secondary tariffs on Iran if they could not reach a deal. And I got another story I'm going to be doing on that, because Donald Trump made a very open threat on Iran, and Iran is already showing resistance to what he is demanding. And so I'll do that in another video. So Russia and Ukraine have agreed to a limited truce, but that has fallen short of a complete pause in combat that Trump, that's what he was looking for with Ukraine's support. So the negotiations are still ongoing, but look like Donald Trump is losing his patience with Putin. Y'all tell me what you think about this video. I just think this is hilarious, y'all. Yeah. Esau versus Esau in full swing. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit.
And please do the same for Frontline Black News. All right. So the honeymoon is over, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on the dump threatening tariffs on Russia?
I mean, ultimately, you have to see if you can try to comply by just offer resistance. But what's really bothersome is that he from the red fucker out everywhere. He's a bad caller. You know what I mean? And he wants everything for everybody. And he should benefit shit from the peace deal. I think that the war is about a lot of things are about respect. You know, and if there's a respect between anybody, they're not even capable of talking to each other. And when Zelensky came to the White House, Trump disrespected him several times.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
You're not going to tell us nothing.
You know, and in reality, the Ukraine should just not fuck with them and figure out another way. There's got to be another way, because if it happens under this administration, they'll be back at war within a little bit. Or even if they had a temporary ceasefire, it didn't last long. It lasted 2 days. They did the Russia sent over drones and bombing shit. So where's the peace?
There isn't none.
There isn't any. It was a lie. It was a lie. You know, and all the Brits are losing more land and more assets. And they let Trump get involved, and they really won't have shit, and not even a placeholder. And they won't have nothing. And so I think that it's good just to keep holding out. And fuck that. The war is what he wanted. The war is what he gets. But I think that the United States is stay out of it. Unless you're giving up money or something like that, you're trying to be on the right side of things. Yeah. But other than that, I mean, it's like the United States has got to be. Everybody's looking at us like we're jokes. Well, why? Because the United States makes horrible decisions with these politicians. So that's all I say.
All right, so we'll keep you updated on these tariffs that are coming on Russia. So look for gas prices to go up even more. All right, so moving along, the dump has appointed Charlie Kirk, another suspected white supremacist. Well, he's not even suspected no more. He is a white supremacist to position overseeing the military academies. So Tori will give us an update on that.
And some people have been here since early this morning. We got Asha's son. It's Friday, March 28th, 2025, and we are back with another live here on the Tori and Rainbow Loader channel. If you haven't done so already, please be sure to go ahead and hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button, and if you are new to the channel, I'm glad that you are here. Hit the bell twice to be notified whenever I upload a new video or go live, or just simply join the Discord, and you should be notified in there.
When it says "Welcome to Trump,"
let's see who we have all so far in the chat, and we are going to go ahead and get this thing started. And some people have been here since early this morning. We got Asha's son, Wallow J, Sybil, Queen Imani, Andrea Flags, Hurricane Nisi, Kira Clark, Shelton LDBC, Shamika, Eddie Foster, Dark Titan, DSM Sinister, Nini 64, Tamika's Dan Antithesis, DSA 1, Jesse Paris,
that's me,
Jay the Informant, Lamiko, Kazuma Fury, Brother Man to You, and Jonathan Gonzalez. Now I'm looking through the comments, and some of y'all are just, y'all wigged and just got knocked back looking at the title. Trust and believe me, when I saw that, it kind of threw me off guard, but at the same time, it didn't surprise me at the same time. What's going on, Tawana, the official newswoman of the Discord? Y'all in the Discord, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. So, as y'all see by the title, it says Donald Trump appoints Charlie Kirk to position overseeing military academies. Honestly, I should have titled it Donald Trump appoints Charlie Kirk and other non-qualified people to overseeing military academies, because Charlie Kirk was not the only person that got some kind of position where they should not be at, but his really stuck out the most because out of those who weren't qualified, he was probably the least qualified of them all. Right. And that's why I also put in the thumbnail portrait of a DEI hire, because it's funny how they want to run around here and yell about DEI this and DEI that, but the minute someone like Charlie Kirk, who has been known to peddle that, but also the same guy who always like to say something that's anti-white, then it's quiet. So like I said, really at the end of the day, as long in the eyes of a person like Charlie Kirk, as long as a white man is getting some kind of a position, no matter where it is, even if they aren't qualified, then it's all good. But if it's somebody else, then we got to question their credentials. Remember, this is the same Charlie Kirk who was questioning about having a black doctor or something along those lines. I remember talking about it a while ago. That's him. But now he gets this position. And why does he get it? Because he's an ally. But let me go ahead and
Charlie Kirk's punk ass
share my screen.
He is the Dark Vader of
and we can go over the article, because it's only 2 articles that I got to go over with y'all today as it pertains to this topic. So this is the first one right here.
Fuck Charlie Kirk.
It's coming from The Hill. Oh, the Black Pilot. My bad. Thank you, Wallow J. I forgot. It was somebody who was prominent. But thank you for correcting me. And this is coming from The Hill. Trump appoints Charlie. You know who it was with the black doctor? I think it was Tucker Carlson who recently said that, which, by the way, I did record the video for that, and that'll be coming soon, so be on the lookout for that. And shout out to KG for being a member for 36 months. He says, B1 Night Rider check-in, unbaked faces about the FAFO. Right. Oh, and KG, I'm glad you're here, because something just came my way as it pertains to Elon Musk and Twitter. Y'all, I want y'all to write KG's name in the chat and put some applause emojis next to his name, because Kid Gravity called this. He called this over a year ago. He said that Elon Musk was going to sell Twitter And something just came my way from the Hollywood Reporter.
Oh shit.
That says Elon Musk AI company acquires X in a $45 billion deal.
Wow.
Now, granted, that's something that's still owned by Elon, but it's not owned by directly owned by him. So KG, take a bow, sir. You called it yet again.
Yeah, you did.
And for someone like him, it wasn't hard to call. KG, I will let you have that story because I feel like that is your that was your thing, because you stuck to your guns on that one, even when people didn't believe you or thought you was crazy for saying that in the first place. But you stuck to it. Yeah. And now it's come to fruition. I'm literally looking at it on my phone right now. It came through the Hollywood Reporter like maybe sometime today. But now that we've gotten that out the way, let's go into this article from The Hill. It says Trump appoints Charlie Kirk, Walt Nauta, Michael Flynn to military boards. And it was posted on March 17th, 2025. President Trump announced Monday that a slew of allies would be appointed to the board of the visitors at the nation's military academies, including lawmakers and conservative media personalities. Trump posted on Truth Social. I swear, every time Truth Social comes up, I feel like Trump is the only person that is on that website or on that app, because I never see anybody else posting from Truth Social. Every time they mention Truth Social, it's always him posting on there. Exactly. And shout out, and Wallow, I'm glad you posted that. If y'all are not following Kid Gravity or subscribe to his channel, please subscribe to his channel, because when it comes to the political stuff, he really goes in there. Like, I can touch on surface level things, but I don't go too deep into it, or at least I try not to, because that's one of the things that you don't want to get wrong, even though unfortunately there's a lot of wrong people in it, but you don't want to be included in that. But when it comes to it, he really, really goes there, and he takes his time with it. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Trump posted on Truth Social that his picks for the West Point Board of Visitors included Michael Flynn, a retired lieutenant general who in 2017 pleaded guilty to lying to FBI agents. And this is Michael Flynn. Someone, another friend
agents
of Trump's that he put into a position. Other appointees included Representative Wesley Hunt. Now, I've talked about Wesley Hunt on here before. You know, he was the one that was sitting down with Byron Donalds at that I forgot what it was talking about, but the topic of reparations did come up, and they was in Atlanta talking to a whole bunch of black people, that black guy had confronted Byron Donalds, and you had Wesley Hunt sitting up there with them cowboy boots, thinking he was above everybody else. Yeah. So that's Wesley Hunt. Again, a person that was looking for a job, and now he has one. Another person who is unqualified. Major General David Belevia, Lieutenant General Daniel Walrath, Megan Mobbs, and Maureen Bannon, an Army veteran who was the daughter of former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. Obviously. Trump also announced that members of the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors would include conservative activist Charlie Kirk, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember Tommy Tuberville. He was the guy that made those comments. I forgot what it was, but I remember him because I talked about him. But he's anti-black. So we got Charlie Kirk, who's anti-black, Tommy Tuberville, who's anti-black, and this is a retired Colonel Doug Nicolai and Dina Powell, who served in Trump's first White House. Understand what I'm telling you. He's hiring or putting people in positions who brown nose him, or his allies, or his friends. Not anyone that's qualified. Think about it. Charlie Kirk dropped out of junior college. He didn't finish. He has no ties to the military whatsoever. except getting on there and probably saying woke this and woke that as it pertains to something going on in the military that he did not like. Exactly, Kira, Trump loyalist. That's basically who he's putting there. But remember, they don't like DEI, though. The president also posted additional appointments to the Naval Academy Board of Visitors, which included his personal aide, Walt Nauta. Nauta was indicted as part of former Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation into Trump's handling of classified documents. The case has since been dropped. Other appointees to the Naval Academy Board include Senator Tim Sheehy, Representative Ronnie Jackson, Representative Derek Van Orden, former Georgia State Representative Earl Earhart, and former Trump press secretary Sean Spicer. Oh God, now that's a name I didn't think I would hear ever again. Sean Spicer. The Board of Visitors provide guidance and oversight of each military institute's morale, financial state, and academics, and provide an annual report to the president. We'll see how this goes, especially if you got a person like Charlie Kirk floating up through there. Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Y'all, on Monday, we will be talking about that Pete Hegseth situation. I believe KG has already spoken about it. I actually reached out to him to actually collab with me on Monday about that. He said he was free, so you know we about to go in. I think Lisa Cabrera talked about it as well. Yeah. That Pete Hegseth situation with that Atlantic reporter and that group chat and them those war plans, that's some wild stuff right there. And the fact that there are people that's trying to treat this as something very light is even more scary.
Yeah, we covered that on Shabaka's Back Experience for Hands.
Have rapidly overhauled the military, ending any programs deemed to be affiliated with diversity, equity, and inclusion, aka DEI.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to him next.
And banning transgender troops, among other measures.
We'll get to that shortly.
Now you can see how they got those jobs. Now what that last part that I just read actually segues perfectly into this article right here. Trump dismisses quote-unquote woke military academy boards. Yeah, there goes that word again, y'all. There goes woke.
Yeah, he's like 2 topics away.
Exactly, Kira, because you can only imagine how much money they're going to make in those positions. Oh, they're going to make some good money, for sure. But they want to sit up there and talk about DEI and try to throw that and thrust that onto black people. We keep saying black people barely benefit from that. Well, it looks like Charlie Kirk, in a way, got what he wanted. It says President Donald Trump on Monday fired all members of the boards of visitors for the 4 major U.S. military academies: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. Remember, this was posted February 11, 2025. He fired people who were probably qualified to be in those positions and replaced them with the people whose names I just read off in the previous article. Yeah, JD informant Daniel Penny, because I remember I talked about him a couple weeks ago. He got some kind of job at some kind of tech firm or some kind of either a marketing or a tech firm, a place that he wasn't even qualified to work at. But because of what he did and because he got the support of certain individuals, boom, job. The boards are made up of a mix of presidential and congressional appointees. The Biden administration also dismissed many Trump-appointed academy board members. They help oversee academic and student life at the academies, which train the officer corps of each military branch. Our service academies have been infiltrated by, quote, woke leftist ideologues over the last 4 years. Trump wrote in a post on his social media site, Truth Social, "We must make the military academies great again." I swear they're going to find a way to put "make" and "great again" in some kind of a slogan, even where it doesn't need to be. It says it's the latest of the administration's attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in the military. Last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered an end to racial preferences and admissions at the academies, which were exempt from the Supreme Court's 2023 ban on the practice. The Defense Department has moved to ban some books and course materials allowed in academy curricula, according to the Washington Post, and the academies themselves have begun to shutter clubs and resource centers for women, the academy students, and quote-unquote students of color. AKA, we're trying to make the military as lily white as possible. That's basically what it is. Because they don't tell you what books they're talking about. Well, you can pretty much get an idea of what they're referring to. You can see even the stuff that they've been doing now, you know, with Jackie Robinson. I think they decided to do the same thing with Colin Powell. Like, it's obvious. Like, it's like they don't want to say it, but they're doing it. Pam said, I wonder if the patriotic white man will enroll in the droves in the military. If it was peacetime, maybe. But if there's a war going on, you can forget it. What was it? Wasn't that Ted Nugent? No, that was Donald Trump that said he had bone spurs. But wasn't it Ted Nugent that crapped on himself so he could be deemed incompetent to join the military when it was doing the draft back in the day? So I just find that Democrats he crapped on himself and hid under the bed. Right. But they were planning to be so patriotic. Okay. If you say so. Dark Titan said wearing a diaper. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. Like I said, I only had 2 articles, so I'm gonna go ahead now and drop the link. And if anybody would like to come up and speak to Oh wow. And the plot just continues to thicken. So the dump wants to have an all-white military. He put Charlie Kirk in charge of the academies. What are your thoughts, Lady Chan?
What?
About Charlie Kirk being appointed by the dump to oversee the military academies.
I would take it seriously. This is another the course should take seriously. But he is happy, he is serious. But that's not for us, so this is trash. It's just trash. All the way around. Try to cook his trash. But it.
Yep. I concur. Well, moving along, we got black teen beaten to death in New York subway.
So I was thinking we could help instead. These families are in a housing program through the nonprofit Family Tree that works with.
That's a really strange situation.
That's some real shit.
Yeah.
I'm one of the 36.
In our community, and their rent was intended to be paid in part through money from the federal government that was promised in January, and then the federal government went silent on Family Tree. So it's been a nervous couple of months, and that nonprofit's been looking for $55,000.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. New York City, Monday, March 24th, 2025, 8 o'clock a.m. An unnamed black teenage boy, age 16, was on his way to school. Like many children in New York City, this child takes the subway to get there. Well, this Monday, he was assaulted at the Stillwell Avenue subway station in Coney Island, which is also the same station where a 57-year-old woman was set afire and killed in December. Police say that the victim was confronted by a group of white teenagers on the mezzanine level. Police believe that this group numbered between of truth.
Sorry, y'all.
And now the Friday Crime Report. New York City, Monday, March 24th, 2025, 8 o'clock a.m. An unnamed black teenage boy, age 16, was on his way to school. Like many children in New York City, this child takes the subway to get there. Well, this Monday, he was assaulted at the Stillwell Avenue subway station in Coney Island, which is also the same station where a 57-year-old woman was set afire and killed in December.
Yeah.
Police say that the victim was confronted by a group of white teenagers on the mezzanine level. Police believe that this group numbered between 5 to 9 white males. The white mob struck him in the head, then repeatedly punched and kicked him in the body. They mocked him with the N-word as they assaulted him. One of them threw a banana at him. They even stole one of his shoes. Fortunately, the victim survived this attack, which tragically is not the case in many hate crimes where black children are targeted. After the attack, the victim initially said that he didn't need to see a doctor, but later on, he sought treatment at South Brooklyn Health for his injuries. The victim's sister said that he didn't know anything about the white mob that had attacked him, but that he was fine physically, though messed up mentally. Video of the attack would be posted on Instagram before being taken down. On Wednesday, police arrested 2 of the teenage assailants, ages 14 and 16. The 16-year-old faces 5 criminal charges, including hate crime robbery and hate crime gang assault in the second degree. They released the 14-year-old without even charging him. So already the authorities are burying this crime, which is their way of giving a wink and a nod to it. Now, this hate crime occurred on Monday of this week in New York City, where if somebody non-black stubs their toe, the white media will be all over that wall-to-wall coverage, and yet this one was buried. And all you have to do is look at how the New York Times chose to cover this crime to find out why. The so-called paper of record in the city immediately began minimizing this hate crime in their coverage, which reads more like a cover-up. As the New York Times put it, hate crimes on the subway, in line with broader trends, are down. The number of hate crimes in the system dropped 32% in 2024 compared with the previous year. And that wasn't the only thing that they did. When they were trying to minimize the data on this, they actually used the phrase that data shows that crime on the subway has declined overall, though perceptions of criminality remain persistent. Gee, that wasn't what they were saying when Daniel Penny killed Jordan Neely.
Right.
They were saying instead that, oh, people are terrified and with good reason. All this crime going on the subway. That's what they were saying then. But now that you have a black child who's been beaten by a white mob, all of a sudden it's, well, people only perceive that there's criminality being persistent. That's just a perception. That's not the reality. Suddenly, subway crimes are no longer a plague overwhelming the city, and the people are not terrified for their lives because in this case, they can't demonize the victim. The victim's a child attacked by a white mob this time and not just some violent punk on the subway as it was with Daniel Penny. So that doesn't suit the white media's narrative. They can't make a bad guy out of the victim. Roving white gangs assaulting black children, committing hate crimes in broad daylight? Well, we know people might want to make an issue out of that, but they really shouldn't. So instead, they're going, well, you know, subway crimes are just down, and people are scared for nothing. It's a perception issue, you see. The New York Times, in fact, was so desperate to minimize this hate crime in their story that they wouldn't even identify the assailants as being white. Instead, they simply called them people. They didn't describe them, they just called them people, as if these were just some random strangers off the street who had nothing in common. In fact, the New York Times didn't even use the word white in their entire story. This was days after other white media outlets had already identified the attackers as being a gang of white teenagers. So you have the New York Times going out of their way to make a racial attack seem like it wasn't racial at all. Now, whenever the New York Times or any of the white media outlets talks about alleged acts of anti-Semitism, which the white media now reports as anything that criticizes Israel, they make sure to say that anti-Semitic incidents are up no matter what. They never minimize it. You look at any news coverage that the white media, particularly in New York, does, and if they talk about anti-Semitism, they never say that, well, hate crimes are down. They make sure to tell you that anti-Semitic incidents are up, highest levels ever, unprecedented levels, highest ever recorded. They would not dare mention anti-Semitism and then try to put a bow on it and say, well, hate crimes in general are down. Oh, so-and-so was attacked on the street. Well, street crimes in the city are down overall. And it wasn't just the New York Times that engaged in this scurrilous minimization. You also had other white media outlets too saying the exact same thing, pushing the exact same theme, claiming that, well, hate crimes are down overall, so whatever happened to this black child is not that important. As usual, it's the same organized offense that we're up against with the white media leading the charge. Anti-black hate crimes always outnumber incidents against every other group. And the anti-Black hate crimes aren't that someone was protesting some country in Africa. It's not about what somebody said. Anti-Black hate crimes are hate crimes. They're violent offenses. In fact, anti-Black hate crimes happen so much so often that a lot of them don't even get reported. And when you consider that law enforcement actively protects these hate criminals, refuses to investigate what are clearly hate crimes, that they're always making excuses and saying, well, it must be something else, and that prosecutors are only too quick to claim that, well, we're not going to be prosecuting this as a hate crime. And even on the rare occasion where they do prosecute, they're the first ones to want to drop charges or offer a sweetheart plea deal to the assailants. You see exactly why it is that so many anti-Black hate crimes are not even reported. Black people are the primary victims of hate crimes in New York and in America, and yet nobody says that there must be an anti-Black hate crimes task force just for Black victims. The Black Attorney General of New York State, Letitia James, she went to the mat when Asians reported having a few incidents. But the number of Black victims far outnumbers everyone else, and yet Letitia James didn't feel like there needed to be some sort of task force specifically to investigate and handle anti-Black hate crimes. The authorities and the white media always make it a point to downplay those, ignore those, spout some empty gibberish about no place for hate in fill in the blank, when the reality is their refusal to prioritize the primary victims of hate crimes makes it where everywhere is a place for anti-Black crimes. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. The perpetrators of this latest hate crime are teenagers, which means that they're the latter half of Gen Z. This stuff is taught in the homes. New York has always practiced open, targeted violence against Black people, including Black children. Just like when Bernie Goetz, totally unprovoked, tried to murder Black children on the subway. Just like Michael Griffith, who a white mob beat to death. Just like John White, whose son was attacked by white teens at a so-called party, and then that white mob followed their victim to his home, and like some lynch mob, they demanded that this child be brought out to them or else. And when John White protected his family and himself, you didn't have anyone in the white media justifying that like they did with Bernie Goetz and Daniel Penny. No, when it's a Black man who's the one who has to use force to protect himself and his family, they don't even attempt to defend it, justify it, or even explain it. Nobody in the white media said, well, John White did kill some white teenager who came to his home after beating his son at a party, but Black people are the primary victims of hate crimes in New York and in America. And here's the stats on that. And by the way, hate crimes against Black people happen to be up. So the Black victims of hate crimes, I mean, it makes sense that they're scared. They should be. Look at all the attacks against them. They didn't do that. Instead, it was, here's this crazy nigger who decided to kill this white teenager for no reason whatsoever. I mean, just because they were out in front of your house in the middle of the night demanding that your son be sent out to them after they beat him at a party, that's no reason for you to actually think that force should be used, especially when you tell them to leave, you're on your property, and they're standing there too. I mean, what's this world coming to? The white media and the so-called authorities have deliberately created a socially permissive environment for anti-Black hate crimes. Everybody understands that these hate crimes against Black people are not treated seriously because the authorities want them to continue. You don't need to spell it out. As long as you don't punish and pursue anti-Black hate crimes, as long as there is no full court press to prevent anti-Black hate crimes, and as long as the white media goes ahead, minimizes it, and explains it away, everybody gets the point. Anti-Black hate crimes are no crimes at all. That is why these things continue to happen. These anti-Black thugs know that every major arena and institution in the society will eagerly defend them. And if they can't defend them, they'll at least minimize whatever crimes they commit, so long as it's against a Black person. Everyone knows the rules of racism. That's the reason why I say and continue to tell you that as Black people, we are under no obligation to sit on our hands while we're attacked. We are under no obligation to decide that if we're going to be targeted for prosecution for defending ourselves, well, that means we better not defend ourselves at all. How many black people have lost their lives because when it came time for them to protect themselves, they already knew that they would be the ones who would be prosecuted simply for trying to protect themselves and those around them? How many black people have died because they hesitated to protect themselves? Now, of course, when it comes to incidents like these, I'm not going to get on a soapbox about what it is that black people in general and black parents in specific need to do or be prepared to do to make sure that their children are not assaulted or to protect them in the event that some anti-black hate crime occurs. But I will say that no one is more justified in protecting the lives of black children than their parents.
Right.
And that we don't need to hold up our hands and ask permission to make sure that black children don't have to live in fear of the next white racist mob that thinks that they're a soft target. But what black parents do need is that when they have to protect their children, we don't allow anybody to sit here and minimize the need for doing so, or to claim that they overreacted, or to do anything that casts aspersions on them. We don't need the white media or political sellouts like Letitia James to understand that. What's important is that black people understand this fact. And when it comes to protecting black children, we're not looking for the white media's approval or for Letitia James' permission either. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Rob Mack, Christopher Joseph, Deep I 904, Josh Heath, and Norma Anthony. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on the black team being beat up in the New York City subway? Literally months after he didn't do anything, he was attacked by a white group of teens. What are your thoughts about the black team being beaten in the New York City subway? Okay, because she wasn't paying attention.
It didn't happen a while back.
No, it just happened recently.
I don't know. First of all, I never be surprised. Nothing happened, right? Like, sorry, dude, I was reading something really important. So nothing happened, right?
None besides he got beat up.
No charges?
On the assailants or on him?
You know what I just said? I was reading something really serious.
Oh.
Really good attention, you know? I don't know if it just happened or not. I think it should. But we're just like, I don't know, that was still over. I think it should. That's about it. That's all I can say about it, because I was really paying attention. I was reading something.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lady Che. So this is the exact reason why we need to trying to get there, Lady Che. Let me get there. Now, my thoughts on it is, this is another reason why we need an anti-black hate crime bill passed into law to avoid situations like this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think about that too. Like, who's got, like, even if you have it, how are we gonna make it enforce it? You know what I mean? Because just like
Neely Fuller.
Yeah, no, what other train?
Oh, Jordan Neely.
Yeah, Jordan Neely. You saw how that white man got away with it.
Yeah, old punk ass Daniel Penny.
You know what I mean? So, how to get enforced? That's the question. Get a crime bill, how you can enforce it? Because that motherfucker killed him. He knew he did it. We seen it, but they played it off like he didn't. You see what I'm saying? So, that's a real question. If he answered, yeah, crime bill. If crime bill has to be like so, like it just be so right, tight, exact. And it's very important, but it also got to be enforced and really enforced. There really has to be some discipline with it, because all kinds of bad things happen to black people on the subways, in the roads, off the roads, you know, and in the hands of white people. They're not being held accountable, or they're only being held accountable in the court of public opinion and not in the actual court. You get it?
Yeah.
So I think that's what I understand.
Okay, thank you for that, Lady Che. So yeah, do better, New York. Like, this is ridiculous. Do better, U.S. This is fucking ridiculous. Come on down. Anti-black hate crime bill now. Enough is enough of this madness. But you were pictured with the killer of Jordan Nelly, so can't expect that from you. All right, moving on. We got what Leonard was waiting on. Goddamn illegal. Leonardo Marino. Yeah, they got his punk ass. For those that don't recall, this is the mug that was on TikTok bragging about how he was gonna squat and take over homes in the United States and make all this money, and he was doing all these TikTok videos, flaunting all the money that he had, all of that. So yeah, the moment has arrived, Leonard. Now, who's gonna give us the update on this? And Leonard said that he was a damn agent for Marino or Maduro.
I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Black Truth. You haven't subscribed to Professor Black Truth, I don't know what the hell y'all doing, but y'all definitely should. Oh, TD Media. Shout out TD Media Group. He gonna give us an update on that. On the migrant troll TikToker. Leonardo Marino finally got deported. They got his ass, got him.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace, as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
We are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. Thank you all for joining me this afternoon. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. You will never miss a notification. Like Papa Onaya Shelley never misses a notification if you're following me on Telegram. You don't have to worry about YouTube nonsense. Oh, they unsubscribed me, blah, 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 blah. If you're on Telegram, you'll always get that notification. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's show, man. I typically, for those of you who are subscribers, don't go live on the weekend unless it's breaking news, right? Something huge has happened. And this is definitely not breaking news, but I will say that this is a celebration. Yeah. This is definitely a celebratory time because our good friend of the channel, Lionel Marino,
Learn now.
has finally been deported.
Got it.
This is a story that we've been tracking here since the moment, basically, that he touched down in America. This guy was from Venezuela, was an illegal immigrant influencer on TikTok who made a lot of money on TikTok trolling. And he would troll American citizens, flashing his money that he receives from us, the taxpayers. And he would go on TikTok and go, aha, you guys have to work hard for your money. You all work like slaves, and I get to live off of taxpayer dollars. I'm making all this money, living good off of tax money and off of your hard work, while you American citizens are working like slaves. He was a big time troll. So on top of, once again, making money, a lot of money, by the way, thousands of dollars a month on TikTok, he was at the same time getting our taxpayer dollars while throwing it in our face. But inevitably, he ended up getting caught up by ICE. And, you know, he started crying. He was crying behind the detention center walls. You know, his wife was crying, talking about, what about our kid? You know how a lot of these folks like to do. They like to weaponize the children. You know, if I get locked up in jail, nobody cares about what's going to happen to my son. So that's just kind of how it works. Right. But yeah, he's finally deported. He's finally deported. And I want to play a clip here of him trolling. This is one of many clips where this guy used to troll. And like I said, he would just throw it in our face that he was living good off of Biden and our tax dollars, right? Let me pull this up for you guys right now, and then we're going to keep it moving. This is going to be him speaking in Spanish and whatnot, but the subtitles are going to be at the bottom of the video. And this is just one of his videos where he's trolling, talking about, I'm making money off of, you know, living off of your hard work, you know, while you guys work like slaves. Look at this here.
Que yo facture más que ustedes sin necesidad de andar como esclavos. ¿Capichi? Esa es la diferencia tuya y mía. Que yo siempre voy a hacer dinero sin mucho trabajo.
I'll play that one more time. He said, Capichi, you got it? You know, you guys are working like slaves, you know, while I make money doing minimal work. Capichi. Let's play that one more time, douchebag. You're gone.
Es que yo facture más que ustedes sin necesidad de andar como esclavos. ¿Capichi? Esa es la diferencia tuya y mía. Que yo siempre voy a hacer dinero sin mucho trabajo.
Oh, you got the baby.
Well, it looks like you got deported. Capichi. Like I said, today isn't a serious stream. This is just more of a celebration. Right. Oh, look at his face. It looks like you got deported. You had to go back home. Capichi. Yeah. Yes, today is a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. Today's a wonderful. Is there another photo of him looking not so happy? There has to be one. Oh, there he is when he first got off the plane. Yeah. Right back to Venezuela you go. Mm-hmm. These are the kind of people that Jasmine Crockett, AOC, are fighting to keep here. You know, freeloaders like this. This guy came here just to freeload and live off of tax dollars at our expense and throw it in our face and make fun of us about it. I want to get into another clip right now too. I just want to get into some more, you know, just kind of, you know, kind of old news or whatever, but like clips concerning him encouraging illegal immigrants to squat, right? That was another big thing with him too. He would go on live streams and you can say he would educate other illegal immigrants
on how to squat,
on how to game the system, right? And if you all remember, during the migrant crisis, right, in the Biden era, squatting was a big thing. It was especially in New York City. Squatting was a huge thing, you know, where a lot of these Lionel Marinos of the world were squatting in homes. And what he would do on his live streams would essentially teach other illegal immigrants how to squat, you know, and essentially how to steal homes. So let's get into that real quick too. Give me a second. Let me pull this video up. And while I'm doing that, please hit the like button if you haven't already. That is extremely important. And yeah, so he said that dude looks scared in his eyes. He does, doesn't he? That he looks like he does not want to be back home. One of the things that I remember when he was arrested and caught is he had the audacity to say during the prison phone call when he was being interviewed by the New York Post. He said, "I'm under persecution." I remember he said, "I fled persecution in Venezuela only to be persecuted in the United States. I have rights. I know my rights, and I'm being persecuted." Knock it off, man. Knock it off. There was no persecution here. For those of you who don't know, the reason that he got caught up and deported, it wasn't because he was trolling. Because, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, trolling isn't a crime, right? It's not a crime to troll and just kind of make fun of people on the internet. But he had his, what would you call it, the asylum hearing, and he didn't show up to the hearing, right? Because he wasn't, seeking asylum. He was looking to freeload. And like many folks, he didn't show up to the asylum hearing, right? He didn't show up to his asylum hearing. So at that point, you're essentially marked for immediate deportation. If he would have went to his asylum hearing, he would have most likely got rejected anyways. If I'm not mistaken, according to Tom Homan, and all reports even before Tom Homan, but it's somewhere around, I want to say 80%, if not higher, and I do believe it's higher, but I'm being conservative with it. Around 80% of those asylum court hearings get rejected. Because these guys aren't seeking genuine asylum. They're not actually in fear of their life, right? People like Marino just came to the country, essentially in his case, to freeload, right? And that's not asylum seeking. But let's get into, like I said, the clip now of him teaching illegal immigrants how to squat in homes and steal houses. So let me pull that up for you guys right now. Give me just a moment. And subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And once again, don't forget, please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram's in the description box below. And it'll be pinned to the comment section once the stream is over. And here's the video. Let's get into this.
A Venezuelan national dubbed the migrant influencer is at the center of controversy this morning. He has been using TikTok to coach migrants how to live in the U.S. by taking advantage of laws protecting squatters. Henadova reports.
In his most recent controversial TikTok video, Moreno is telling his followers to avoid living on the streets in the United States. They can, quote, invade empty homes and live there, saying under U.S. law, if a house is uninhabited, it can be seized, referring to squatting rights in our country. That video garnered almost 4 million views.
As we have more migrants moving into cities, more homelessness, we are going to see more of it, more squatting.
James Burling is a property rights attorney.
But they're talking about all the advantages that you can get from squatting. It's inevitable that it's going to increase.
In past videos, the illegal migrant bragged that he came to the United States to vacation and now lives off U.S. taxpayers because he had a child in this country. He also tells his followers that he waits for a...
You see how folks like him weaponize the whole thing about having children? Weaponize it like crazy. And then people like him and DNC lunatics like AOC and Jasmine Crockett, they'll try to throw it in your face as some shield to prevent deportation. And I've said it so many times. That's probably the thing that irritates me the most. And you guys have heard me repeat this over and over and over and over and over again. If I do anything or commit any type of crime or put myself in some sort of position where the authorities take me away, no one's going to cry and say, well, what about TD's son? And how's his life going to turn out now that TD's no longer in his son's life and has been removed and separated, right? Family separation. Nobody cares. If you're dumb enough to put yourself in a position to get arrested, then whatever happens, happens. That's up to you to figure out. So on the opposite end of it, stop throwing other people's children in my face and using that as some sort of defense mechanism as to why somebody shouldn't be deported or put in jail. I personally take offense to that. I personally take offense to it because you wouldn't care if it was me and if it was my son. But anyways, I digress.
Came to the United States to vacation and now lives off U.S. taxpayers because he had a child in this country. He also tells his followers that he waits for Americans' hard-earned pension checks to come in every month. In another video, he is urging fellow Venezuelans to pay the fines of a 15-year-old migrant who allegedly shot a tourist in Times Square, saying, quote, today it could be him, tomorrow it could be one of you. But this recent video on squatting is making headlines as Moreno tells his comrades that if they fix up an abandoned home that is deteriorated or in bad condition, they can get credits when the properties are sold.
I actually forgot about that story. that the illegal immigrant, the 15-year-old in New York, who went into a store, got caught trying to steal. When a security guard tried to stop him, he started firing at the security guard and actually struck a tourist in the leg that was trying to pay for their items. That person survived, thank God. And then what does this guy do? He comes out in support of the illegal immigrant that was shooting, at the security guard and missed and hit. It was a female, and if I'm not mistaken, too, it was a female security guard that tried to stop him, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, but if I remember correctly, it was a female security guard that tried. So this guy, this 15-year-old lunatic, he's out here firing at women. You know what I mean? And could care less. And you had this guy who's basically out here showing support for him, trying to raise money for him, saying it starts with him, but pretty soon it's going to be us. Well, it looks like it's you now because you're gone. Anyways, we're going to shut this thing down really soon. Like I said, this was just a celebratory stream to close this chapter out of Biden's migrant crisis.
As Moreno tells his comrade, 15-year-old migrant who allegedly shot a tourist in Times Square, saying, quote, today it could be him, tomorrow it could be one of you. But this recent video on squatting is making headlines as Moreno tells his comrades that if they fix up an abandoned home that is deteriorated or in bad condition, they can get credits when the properties are sold. While Burling says that is not the case, the misinformation is now out there.
Well, I think publicity, like what we're seeing in TikTok and viral videos of that nature, are going to magnify the idea that squatting is an alternative to not having enough housing.
And the whole thing with squatting, I used to do so many of those stories, man. I did so many of those stories during the Biden era, you can say the migrant crisis era. And I remember there was one particularly in New York where
dresses up at night,
a couple New York residents,
but this recent video,
right, actually lost their lives. They got shot and killed, by illegal immigrant squatters in an apartment complex that didn't want to leave, right? They didn't want to leave. And they were harassing one of the women in the complex.
Yeah.
When some guys confronted the illegal immigrant squatters, a scuffle broke out, and one of them pulled out a gun, right? The illegal immigrant squatters, and started firing. And I believe he took the lives of 2 New Yorkers, right? 2 New Yorkers, American citizens, right? So this was actually a really big deal at the time during the Biden era that mainstream media, as far as mainstream media, when I say mainstream media, I'm talking about the left, right? The DNC propaganda wing, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, they weren't covering any of this stuff. They would refuse to talk about it, but it was actually a big deal at the time. But now he's gone. And the thing is, when you really sit and think about it, man, if Harris had won, right? Let me pull this down. Well, I'll just leave this up here. If Harris won, this guy would be back out on the streets right now, trolling harder than ever, making fun of American citizens harder than ever. Really think about that. If Harris won, this guy would have never gotten deported. And eventually, ICE would have just released him because he just can't, I guess, detain indefinitely. Either you're going to deport him or you're going to release him. And he would have been out here back on TikTok, throwing it in our faces that he's living good and living great off of our tax dollars because he has a kid and all this other type of stuff. But fortunately for us, Kamala lost in a bloodbath. It was a bloodbath, not even close. And now, pull this clip of him up as we exit out the stream. This is him now. Let me pull this up.
You're right,
Give me just a second.
Can't help but to laugh.
This is him now. He's gone, deported, miserable. You can see the fear and despair in his eyes. Welcome back to Venezuela, where you belong. Because you didn't come over here to work hard. You didn't come over here to change your life or anything like that, even though that's not even a proper asylum claim. Coming to change my life and work, that's not a proper asylum claim. But you didn't come here for any of that. You came here to freeload and throw it in our faces, and it looks like it backfired. And now you're right where you belong, in Venezuela. back home. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. Like I said, this was a serious one. This was just a celebratory stream. We can close this chapter of the Biden migrant crisis, right? Well, I know Marino is gone, and today is a beautiful day because of it. So thank you guys for joining me today. Shout out to my man Saul, who came through one more time. He said probably scammed the wrong people in Venezuela. I wouldn't be surprised. He was scamming and scheming while he was here. I'm sure he was doing that back home. And now he's going to have to probably face that once he hits the streets in Venezuela. You know, he's going to have to probably face that now that he's back home. But anyways, man, thank you guys for showing support. My man Saul coming through as you always do. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you guys for joining me today on this special Sunday.
Yeah. Thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, so his YouTube channel is called Leito Official. He is Boosie. Wow. Let me tell you, just pass out on this. This is great news. Great news. Great goddamn news. You, Lionel or Leonel and Moreno fucked around and found the fuck out. And now your ass is back in your homeland where you belong. So yeah, that's great news. That's just a celebratory moment. All right, because we covered this on the Frontline Black News as well. The fact that he's military intelligence agent means something bigger is going on that's above the public's comprehension. Yeah. I was peeping that video out before on my phone. Yeah, if he's an agent now, yeah. How many more agents is there that Madero done sent over? Got to get that back for Hugo Chavez. Alrighty, y'all. So I'm gonna move us along because it's starting to get late. It's like 1:30 in the morning here. We got Chicago is collapsing as Mayor Johnson prioritizes everything besides FBA. Prioritizes illegal immigrants over citizens.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, as usual, please, as I beg of you all, follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. It is extremely important that you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram is in the description box below, and we'll be pinned in the comment section once this stream ends. And with the introduction out the way, let's get the show started. This is going to be a relatively quick stream today. You know, if all goes well, we'll be in and out of here in about 15 minutes. I'm a little pressed for time, but I did want to take a moment to share a couple of things with you that I came across today, and just some, just conclusions that I drew after coming across these things and these articles, right? I want to pull this up for you right now. I want to read a little bit of this article here. Titled, Chicago Mayor Fires Back at Border Czar's Reprehensible Threats to Prosecute Him Over ICE Raids, right? I want to breeze through this article very quickly. And let's just take a listen to what Brandon Johnson, the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, just had to say recently about Tom Homan, right? So the article reads as such. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson shared how he really felt about Border Czar Tom Homan threatening to prosecute him if he gets in the way of ICE deportation raids in an interview on Thursday during CNN's podcast, The Assignment, with Audie Cornish, if I'm saying her name right. I'm really bad with names. My apologies. The Democratic mayor told host Audi Cornish that he would not allow local police to enforce ICE deportation orders and ripped Holman for threatening to prosecute him if Johnson doesn't cooperate. And I quote, well, what I find to be reprehensible, to be perfectly frank with you, you know, the city of Chicago has shown up for this country time and time again, the mayor declared. During the CNN interview, Cornish pressed Johnson about this threat, asking him if he believes his migrant-friendly policies have put him in the crosshairs of Holman and the Trump administration. And I quote, so for 40 years, the city of Chicago has had a welcoming city policy. And what that policy just simply states is that our local law enforcement will not dub as federal agents. He said, essentially, we're not going to stand in the way and impede cooperation with the federal agencies, because we do cooperate with them on a regular basis. They cooperate with them on a regular basis when it's time to arrest citizens, right? But if it's time to go after illegal immigrants, now they don't want to cooperate. Johnson continued, we're just not going to have our local law enforcement behave as ICE agents, because what it does is simply breaks down the trust between community members and law enforcement, local law enforcement, and there's enough for them to do already. And as we round this article out, during the podcast, Johnson told Cornish, and what we're simply asking from the federal government is to recognize the beauty and the value that cities across America bring. My responsibility in this moment is to show up for the people of Chicago, even when the federal government dismisses working people. And using the terms working people, that's just code for illegal immigrants, as we all know, right? He's speaking in code when he says that. So now, what's my point for reading this? Because this is something that, you know, this isn't new coming from Brandon Johnson, right? This isn't new at all. But then it's funny just kind of how things play out. I read this article, right? And then after reading this article, I came across this video here of Brandon Johnson. And it's a video that we've watched before, but it's a video that I've never seen from the beginning, right? At the top of him answering said question. And the question that he's going to answer is what he felt at the time about the committee hearing that he was invited to come to on sanctuary cities. We all remember that committee hearing. We all saw how that went down. But once again, I never heard this answer from him from the top of the video when he initially answered the question. I caught this question in the middle. And I just want you to listen to how he starts off answering this question. So once again, let me pull this article down. And the video is of Brandon Johnson answering the question of how he feels about the fact that he was essentially summoned to come down to Washington, D.C. to testify at the committee hearing on sanctuary cities. And this was his response.
I wish the next time you talk to the committee chair, ask him if he would be interested in doing a hearing on how reparations can transform people's lives.
The generosity.
You were talking like that before.
How dare he mention reparations?
As usual,
he's trying to get reparations to
bringing in matters of race, particularly as it pertains to the Black community, when it has nothing to do with the conversation. This is very typical of Brandon Johnson. And I'm going to let the rest of this play out. But I can honestly say, you know, we all know the Democrats are good for playing every card known to man, right? When it's unnecessary, unreasonable, just makes no sense. They'll race card, gender card, you know, sexuality card, whatever. They love this stuff. You're just talking about Black politicians like Brandon Johnson. They're gonna say something about racism where it doesn't make sense to regularly. They do this all the time.
Right.
But I don't think I've ever seen anybody
El Salvador
do it as shamelessly and as flagrantly
And then it's
as Brandon Johnson.
Johnson to the side.
This guy flagrantly
for like
pulls the quote race card out
yeah,
at moment's notice at a time when it literally makes absolutely no sense to. And as I've told people on so many occasions, when these guys do this, as they always do, be mad at them for cheapening and destroying any and every conversation surrounding race, because you're talking about the boy that cried wolf, essentially, right? In this particular case here, the mayor who cried reparations, all right, when it didn't make any sense to bring that up. But here you go. So now let's take it from the top. This is so ridiculous and nonsensical, and I'm going somewhere with this, so follow me.
I wish the next time you talk to the committee chair, ask him if he would be interested in doing a hearing on how reparations can transform people's lives. Just ask him, but here's what I'm getting at. This oversight committee, of all the things that they want to have sight over, they should look at the White House right now. That White House is being ran in one of the most raggedy forms of government that I've ever seen. If anybody is questioning what our country would look like had the Confederacy won, there should be no question now. They want us to be afraid.
Don't voice.
Do not be afraid, Chicago. Whether it's an invitation or a subpoena, I'm always going to stand up for the interests of working people, and I will not be intimidated by some weak individual who won't stand up to an individual who believes he's a supreme being right now. You're worried about Chicago? Look in your front yard. We have a president right now who is obfuscating his responsibilities that should be very clear based upon the Constitution. He is rejecting the Constitution of the United States of America. And if they want to have a real discussion about undocumented individuals who are criminals, they should look at the very individuals who enslaved my people and colonized this land. So whether it's an invitation or a subpoena, the people of Chicago will not be intimidated or threatened by any individual who is unwilling to look in their own front yard of what the real threat to our democracy lies. Thank you all very much.
It was so hard for me not to interrupt, but I needed to just let it play because we got to get through this stream today. Keep this in mind, please. Once again, like I said, I'm going somewhere with this, right? I'm going somewhere with this. So now what I want to do right now, concerning how this man flagrantly brings up the quote race card, you can say, at the most ridiculous, nonsensical, inappropriate, illogical times, as he does. I want to play this video for you next, right?
Right.
Let me pull this up on the screen. Well, let me bring this down. And while I'm pulling this next video up, please hit the like button if you haven't already. It's extremely important that you do that. And subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Now, let me get this video for you guys. Okay, so take a look at this here. Let me read this off first. I'll zoom in a little bit. Watch Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson refuse to let reporters ask if his slate of new school board members, Let me start over. Jesus. Watch. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson refuses to let reporters ask his slate of new school board members whether they support a $300 million high-interest payday loan to fund the contract demands of Johnson's top campaign donor, the Chicago Teachers Union. Let's take a listen to how he's going to answer this question, or how he's going to respond to this question, I could say. And once again, hit the like button if you haven't already, and let's listen to this.
I'm wondering if any of the board members can answer this question. Actually, if all of you can, just maybe even just a show of your hands. How many of you support taking out a
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. If you have a question for the mayor of Chicago, you can ask me a question. What you are not going to do is litigate what the board has the authority to do once they're appointed. You can ask that once they are appointed. No. I'm not going to do it. It's disrespectful. Do you have a question for me?
Okay, I'm sorry. You brought them up here and it is a
Do you have a question for me? Ask me the question.
Okay.
Ask me if I support, I'm going to help you out.
Yeah.
Ask me the question if I believe that we should invest in our children and make sure we don't lay off brown and black women. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to tolerate cuts. That's what the issue has been in this city. You know what a better question would be? What are you willing to do with your power to ensure that a school district that stuffed black children in Willis wagons? What you should be asking me is, what are you willing to do when you had a district that have laid off black women? You should be asking me.
This guy's laying it on thick with the pro-black trash that he doesn't believe. He doesn't believe any of the stuff that's coming out of his mouth right now. And that's what makes it all garbage. Yeah. We only got like 10 seconds left in this, but this is this is so hard to listen to because it's so egregiously disingenuous. This man could care less about the black community in Chicago. And I'm going to show that to you in just a moment. Let me rewind it back just a little bit because I interrupted it. God.
Support, I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah.
Ask me the question if I believe that we should invest in our children and make sure we don't lay off brown and black women. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to tolerate cuts. That's what the issue has been in this city. You know what a better question would be? What are you willing to do with your power to ensure that a school district that stuffed black children in Willis wagons? What you should be asking me is, what are you willing to do when you had a district that have laid off black women? You should be asking me, what am I prepared and willing to do to ensure that our children get the education that they deserve? Anything necessary.
I'm going to ask my own questions. Thank you.
He thought he did that with that little Malcolm X, at the end. Anything necessary. What did he say? What did he say at the end?
Anything necessary.
I'm going to ask my own questions. Thank you.
You see how he started smiling at the end? What did the young kid say? He thought he ate. He thought he ate with that one.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, yeah, I did that. I did that. You see what I did there? I did that. Once again, also.
Oh my God.
Like I said, pulling matters of race into situations where it doesn't make sense to, it's illogical. It's like, why are you even talking about that right now? It cheapens, as he kind of had that little fake Malcolm X, by any means necessary moment at the very end. People like him cheapen the legacy of a Malcolm X and all the civil rights heroes of the past. He cheapens that. He cheapens all that. These people do the black community a great disservice by cheapening just everything. But now he loves Black Chicago, right?
All of a sudden.
And he loves working people, right? Working people, he really means illegal immigrants. But he would like us to think that he's talking about Chicagoans as a whole. So we'll go with that. He loves Black Chicago. Okay. He loves working people. Okay. Well, then how about this? Let me pull this article up for you guys as I get ready to round things out and bring it to a close. Check this out right here. Okay, here we go. Look at this here. Chicago aggravated batteries hit 5-year high. 3 and 5 victims are black. I wonder where all the black power stuff goes when it comes to stats and data like this in Chicago. All the pro-black stuff that Brandon Johnson talks about, which he doesn't believe, and by the way, all that stuff goes out the window when it comes to this stuff right here. Chicagoans reported the highest number of aggravated batteries through February in the past 5 years, with black residents accounting for 3 in 5 victims. I wonder why all the DNC pundits don't like to talk about this. You know, won't see Roland Martin talking about this. Won't see them talking about this on CNN, will you? Won't see them talking about it on MSNBC. Chicago saw a 5-year high of aggravated batteries during the 12 months through February, with black residents accounting for more than 3 in 5 victims. Analysis of Chicago police data shows residents reported 27,547 violent crimes from March 2024 through February of 2025. Wow. The second most of the 5-year period. The arrest rate for violent felonies rose to its highest level in that time. The data also shows black Chicagoans were the victims in 62% of aggravated batteries reported across the city through February. Black Chicagoans were 6.6 times more likely than white residents to be victims of aggravated battery. Once again, the Brandon Johnsons and the Roland Martins and all DNC politicians of the world, they love to bring up stats and data, and they like to pretend like they care about all these so-called disparities, right, between black and white people. They love talking about the disparities and how black folks are disproportionately disadvantaged because of X, Y, and Z for whatever the reasons are, but they won't talk about stuff like this now, will they? Won't do it. Right. Meanwhile, the same mayor that was talking all the pro-black stuff is ignoring all this stuff here that's happening to black Chicagoans, with black Chicagoans in their own neighborhoods. Yeah. He's doing you all a great disservice, man. Right. I mean, look at this here. Black Chicagoans are 3 in 5 aggravated battery victims. You see black folks in Chicago, and then there's everybody else. In second place is white Hispanics, or I guess you could just say Hispanic, but white Hispanics. And that doesn't even come close to measuring up against black folks in Chicago. 3 in 5. Look at this here. Let me scroll down a little bit more, because we're about to end this stream now. As the city's arrest rate for violent crime climbed to its second highest level, the arrest rate for aggravated batteries also rose to its highest level in the past 5 years. Still, only 21% of cases citywide resulted in arrest. Only 21% resulted in arrest. The arrest rate drops even farther on the city's south and west sides. Who lives on the south and west sides? Black people. Where only 19% of aggravated batteries end up in arrest. The data shows 4 in 5 aggravated batteries occurred on the city's south and west sides, with the highest concentration in the Inglewood neighborhood. So you're talking about, what is that? Because I am horrific at math. If you thought I was bad at reading people's names off and reading articles occasionally, I'm even worse at math. But 19%, so what is that? 81%? Out of all the aggravated batteries and aggravated assaults to which 3 in 5 of the victims are black Chicagoans, 81% of the time, the victim goes without justice. 81% of the time. I'm gonna say it again. 3 in 5 black Americans in Chicago are victims of aggravated battery. Wow. Only 19% get arrested. So 81% of the time, those victims aren't getting any justice. Meanwhile, you have a piece of trash mayor in Brandon Johnson, who's gaslighting you on reparations to justify open borders and illegal immigration. Say that one last time in closing. Meanwhile, you have a douchebag in Brandon Johnson who gaslights those same Black Chicagoans about reparations, something that he does not support. And he gaslights you on reparations in order to justify illegal immigration and open borders. And I'll leave you with that. That does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. We went a little overtime, but that's okay. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. If you're watching me on X, please retweet this, repost this, re-exit, however it's called. And don't forget to follow me on YouTube. If you're not following me on YouTube as well, but you're following me on X. What I want to do right now is take a moment to go through those of you who supported the channel. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, TD Media Group. So you see, let's go, Brandon Johnson. Still prioritizing illegals over the actual citizens. Damn shame. He should go straight to Guantanamo Bay. He really should. But we'll keep y'all updated on what's happening with that. So moving along, I don't know if y'all are familiar outside of California, but in California, Jesse Jackson's son has a network called KBLA 5280, or not 5280, 1580. And there's a Black Latina sister that hosts a program on there named Dominique Parima. And she just recently had a interview or discussion about reparations on her platform. So I want to play that for y'all because I was in the chat going off like I usually do. And I want to get y'all thoughts on the situation. So I'm going to play the clip. We're talking about California reparations to California. And they're discussing the past legislative term. Assembly, when they tanked it after a Republican tried to enter the bill. Oh, punk ass Isaac Bryant stood in the way of it. So.
Just go to ecoamerica.org to register and attend the online ceremony. That's ecoamerica.org.
Professor in the School of Law and professor of organizational behavior. She also holds appointments in the departments of African and African American Studies, History, Sociology, Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies in the College of Arts and Sciences. Professor Adrian Davis, welcome.
To the pastor.
Thank you. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you in. It's such a big topic, and I try to go to the macro and the micro because I feel like we are still getting an understanding of what reparations is.
No, we
you speak of it as a
see, that's that bullshit. That she's already starting off with that bullshit understanding of what reparations is cash, reparations is land. Reparations is an anti-Black hate crime bill passed into law and tax-free exemption, along with a few other things. But these mothers are sitting up here trying to remix reparations, and we have to do a lot of gatekeeping and a lot of straightening. So I was doing that straightening in the chat. I'm pretty sure my comments are going to get mentioned because I was going at it. Some bro, she was super hating on Tariq too, like, oh, this music drifter and all this. I'm like, yeah, oh my God. She used to be so damn fun though, yeah. I guess in her younger days, yeah. And now she is a mammy. She's mamming it up for the Democrats.
Social movement.
Yes. Yeah, it is certainly a set of demands and requests that Black folks and our allies and people who are fighting for the anti-racism struggle, trying to fight against white supremacy. But I also really want to highlight it as a social movement and something that long predates the civil rights movement.
Well, that's a great way to start. Explain what you mean by long predates the civil rights movement.
Starts early in the 20th century with many of the folks who we now think of as the luminaries of that time. But arguably the first calls for reparations, that come in a public way, come from David Walker, the Black abolitionist, who in 1830 issued a famous appeal calling for the end of slavery, but also calling for compensation. Sojourner Truth, who is well known by many, for her famous proclamation of "Aren't I a woman too?" Also is less known as someone who was a reparations advocate, who said, the federal government needs to redistribute resources, not only as compensation for past abuses, but also as a prerequisite for any kind of sovereignty and self-determination that Black folks are going to be able to have going forward in the future. So that predates the long civil rights movement by almost a century.
Yeah.
So people think that it's kind of this new radical claim or this post 1960s, 1970s claim, but Black folks understood that they were entitled to repair in economic and financial terms well before the civil rights movement. So I'd like to think of them as parallel traditions in the fight for Black justice.
Do you include Callie House in that early reparations cohort?
Oh, absolutely. So Callie House, so for folks who are looking for a good read, Mary Frances, well, so of course there's my law review article. I should give a plug for that that I published. But if you really want, my article I think is great, but it might put you to sleep. If you want a really
Not
great
us.
read,
We're fascinated by all things reparations.
So Mary Frances Berry, a Black historian, luminary, wrote a beautiful book called "My Face is Black, It's True" about Callie House and the movement for reparations. So that was the late 19th century. So that's about 50 years after David Walker and Sojourner Truth. And Callie House was herself an emancipated, formerly enslaved person who formed an organization called the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association in 1897, and her focus was on securing pensions for Black Americans. That we don't. So often we think about, I think that as Black folks and everybody, kind of we buy into this notion that Black people were property under slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we begin to internalize that view ourselves in some ways, right? And we forget that the enslaved Black people were people and were workers. And as the radical, beautiful mind Angela Davis says, this was an enslaved captive workforce. And so, what Callie House pointed out is, now that we have liberated this captive workforce, hundreds and thousands of Black folks, they are suffering from immense debility, from the injuries of the physical work. They have been working their entire lives without having been able to save money, without having had any wages. They are now, many of them, too old to care for themselves. They're now being subject to structural discrimination in terms of being able to go out and earn a living. So slavery has been is transformed now into Jim Crow. So there's this call for pensions for the formerly enslaved people. And specifically, she called for $500 lump sum payments and then $15 a month to all of the formerly enslaved people. And she was really, this is important, she said, this is not charity, right? Because so often whenever Black people make appeals to the government, people say, oh, you're asking for charity, you're asking for handouts, you're asking for welfare. No, she said, this is not charity. This is compensation, and that's at the heart and the root, right, of what reparations is. It's compensation, and specifically compensation rooted in moral repair, moral wrongs that were done. So she led a long-standing, for 20-year effort for these ex-slave, as she called them, pensions. The federal government did not like it. The state governments did not like it. The U.S. Post Office, the Department of Justice prosecuted her, even though, what she was doing was protected speech. They prosecuted her, they convicted her, they imprisoned her, so this is also part of a long tradition of persecuting Black folks for speaking up.
Yeah.
So Callie House is probably, best known as the first person who successfully organized, or didn't successfully, but it was organizing for Black reparations, but was predated in terms of calling for it by David Walker and Sojourner Truth.
Yeah, and definitely interesting that they criminalized her, and actually she ended up doing some time, right?
She did. She spent a year in prison with the radical Emma Goldman. I think they may have even been cellmates. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. There's a movie right there.
I know, right? Right, or an opera.
Right, yeah, definitely an opera. I'm writing it right now. Professor Adrienne Davis is our guest. And, I'm so happy to have your brain in this conversation. I know you've written a lot about the historic and modern social movements for reparations. In fact, that's the name of your article, Wash U Laws, where you could find it, or just Google it. And, there's this constant argument about the legal sustainability of any approach to reparations through the courts, through legislative, through the private sector. So I want to look a little bit at that and how you see the movement now as someone who has studied it over the entire course of its trajectory. We'll look at that and more when we come forward. It's the Freedman Friday around here, KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominic DePrima when we come forward. On Wednesday, April 16th, light refreshments to follow.
Weight loss treatment 100% online. Zelty providers can prescribe
Right now with Dominic DePrima on First Things First.
Professor Adrienne Davis, is our guest for Freedman Friday. We're talking reparations, and she teaches in School of Law as well as organizational behavior and leadership. Was really interesting when it comes to reparations. And you've been intentional about talking about it in a different frame, not just is this legal, is that legal, can this pass muster, does this stand a chance, but looking at it as a social movement, both historically and right now, today. Talk about why that's important.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So much of the focus on Black life and the struggle for Black equality is on civil rights, and and I'm a big fan of civil rights. I wouldn't be here sitting here in my nice
civil rights. Fuck out of here. We was fighting for human rights. Fuck is you talking about civil rights? Oh God. But yeah, as Leonard already alluded in the chat, this Democratic chivalry at its finest. And now she's being used as an agent of destruction or agent of chaos to try to remix reparations with this Professor Adrienne Davis. So I'm about to light their ass up in the comments in the chat, dog. They're gonna start referring to shit I've mentioned in the chat here shortly.
Barstool, if a lot of people had fought for my civil rights, but what reparations, so civil rights focuses on anti-discrimination and Black equality, right? Then reparations focuses on compensation, repair, and really naming past abuses, right? And I think that part of what we look at when we see social movement is how it helps people develop what we call oppositional consciousness, right? So people, how is the people come to see the world in which they grow up as unjust, right? And so part of what the reparations movement has done, I think it revealed in kind of really interesting ways, I think, some embedded tensions. So one is like competing visions of what Black liberation looks like, right? So does Black liberation look like integration, having the same rights as white folks, being able to sit at lunch counters, all of which go to the same schools, all of which is incredibly important? Or this Black justice, Black freedom also look like self-determination,
Yeah,
right?
self-determination.
And you get, I think, really different views when you talk to civil rights activists versus reparations activists about what the goal is. And also in terms of social movements, it really exposes, it's kind of closing now, but it exposes some of the class tensions within the Black community, right? So until very recently, the folks who were calling for reparations were the Black working class, the Black poor, but not the Black upper class and the Black elites. In fact, the Black upper class and elites tended to distance themselves, from reparations.
Yeah.
So that's something that the rowdy crowd, wants. Like we're not asking for that. We're just asking for a seat at your table, right? A seat at the white table, but we're not asking for anything, any kind of handouts or reparations. So it kind of, I think, also really reveals some intriguing class tensions within the Black community, and we can ask ourselves, why is it that working class Black folks and poor Black folks were more willing to make that set of demands until recently than Black folks. So in terms of what is that oppositional consciousness, the fact that working class and poor Black folks were willing to make that set of demands on the stage and didn't see their future of Black freedom as linked to a seat at the white table in the way that Black elites did. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. To be honest with you, Professor, I think, although we have seen some movement of Black elites, I think that class fissure is still there. I still see reparations being something that is more passionately and widespread among, as a goal among working class and low income Black people compared to what you'll call the elite or the upper classes of Black folks.
I think that is true, but it has been over. So I would say that 2020, just right around 2020, I should write an article called 2020 Black Reparations.
Yeah.
Because right around 2020, you see a marked shift, right? And it's even, some of it happens in 2019, so I don't want us to automatically jump and link it to the murder of George Floyd, right? So some of it's predating that. But right around 2019, 2020, you start to see reparations be institutionalized.
Right.
Call for reparations to be institutionalized. So it moves from, a social movement to actually being institutionalized. And by that I mean you see cities, municipalities, states, private institutions like J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. You see there's a group of nuns. You see all of these different groups begin to say, we're going to start to seriously tackle and maybe even implement reparations, right? And so at that moment, I think that once it's becoming institutionalized, I do think it draws more of the Black upper class in because it becomes somewhat safer.
Oh, you see why I was going on?
You say because it became safer? Interesting.
Well, yeah. I'm sure, I shouldn't put. I'm firmly a member of the Black upper class. I don't mean to put down my folks, but I think here's what I would say. So once universities like Georgetown begin to say we want to study Black reparations, then of course the Black elite wants to be at that table in that discussion.
Toward the middle.
Mm-hmm. Right. Not only that, I mean, you've got city commissions, state commissions. So now there are positions where you're more likely to
on the commission.
place someone who has those connections and that kind of perceived clout, right?
Right, and so locally, and I want to please remind me to pivot back to Evanston, which is the first city to really tackle reparations, I'd say, in a serious way, and ultimately ended up implementing reparations. So here in St. Louis, we have a Black woman mayor, Deshara Jones.
Yeah, they love attacking y'all's mayor, just like they love attacking our mayor.
Oh my word! Have you done a session on misogynoir? Do I need to come back?
You need to come back. You definitely need to come back because from our mayor to yours, shut it down.
Yeah. So for people who don't know, misogynoir is the specific hatred of Black women and how it gets replicated in the media. And my goodness, they keep coming after my mayor, and she is my heart. She is fantastic. So I could do a whole show on her and everything that she's doing.
Love to do it.
She appointed a reparations commission, and to your point, it's led by a good friend of mine, who is the dean in the Washington University Medical School, Dr. Will Ross, and he is not only a pillar of our community, but also a radical thinker, right? And so appointing him as the chair of this commission really gave him a platform. He convened. It's a beautiful commission. They've wrapped up their work now. It included activists and it included professionals. So I thought it was just a beautiful representation. Because St. Louis is overwhelmingly a Black city, right? And it includes Black professionals, it includes Black activists, it includes a lot of Black poor people. So all of those folks I think were represented beautifully on that commission. So I do feel like once it became institutionalized, it became more attractive to the Black upper class. And because now the governments and these institutions, if J.P. Morgan Chase says, we're going to think about what we owe in terms of racial repair. That's something that's really attractive to a lot of Black upper class people to think through. So in Georgetown, though, so in terms of this being a social movement and how this is no longer just a social movement for Black people, okay? So I think one of the pivotal moments to me was 2019 when Georgetown University announced that they were going to do an internal study of their role in selling a number of folks that the university had enslaved, and what it meant when they again, when we don't think about enslaved people as people because we internalize this view of property, but enslaved people were people with families and children, and they had attachments to communities, they had churches, they had associations. So when Georgetown decided to sell off these 400 people, they broke up that community, they shattered that community, right? So Georgetown decided to do a study, and in 2019, the Georgetown University students voted to impose on themselves a student fee to help fund reparations. Okay, now, I haven't gone and looked at the percentage of Georgetown undergrads that are Black people, but I know it is not a majority. I know
Yeah,
it is not
that's
a
true,
majority.
right?
Right, so this would be overwhelmingly non-Black people, non-Black students who felt so strongly about Georgetown's moral obligation to pay reparations that they voted to impose a fee on themselves. So to me, that's a pivotal moment, right? And at that moment, the movement can declare some success because it has now developed, it has cultivated oppositional consciousness, not only among Black folks who are kind of predisposed to have oppositional consciousness, but it has begun to reach white folks and Asian folks and Latino folks, all the folks who would comprise that undergraduate student population. Now, ultimately, Georgetown said, if we're going to fund reparations, we don't need your money. Students, you don't have to impose the fee on yourself. But from a social movement perspective, that is a crucial moment, right?
Yeah, that's a very crucial moment. And it's a really interesting point because all of this so-called polling is always saying white folks do not support reparations, especially if it's going to cost them any money. And when you're talking about Georgetown, you're talking about some of your brainiac white young people. It makes me wonder if there is a generational divide among white people and how they view reparations.
I think that's a great question, Dominique. And, I think we see a generational divide among white people in terms of how they see racism and white supremacy more generally, right? In law school, and I appreciate, law students, like you said, are, not only brainiacs, but typically have a predisposition to think about justice and due process and, maybe more offended by injustice than your average American. But I now find that some of the most radically anti-racist students I have are white students. And I've been teaching for 35 years, and that was not the case 35 years ago or even 10 years ago. 10 years ago, people were like, well, of course, racism is bad, right? But now, the people who are just, completely intolerant are frequently the white students. I mean, the Black students continue to be, anti-racist, obviously leading the charge. But I have seen a radical shift in this younger generation of white folks. And George Floyd for them, again, when we think about social movements, right? George Floyd for them just became a flashpoint, right? And I think for so many of them, they decided, I'm not going to be, my parents' racism is not my racism. I'm going to reject this. This is not how I'm going to live my life. I'm going to begin to name the privileges that I have. I'm going to begin to articulate them. I'm going to name the privileges that my family has. And it's just a completely different moment. So I think it is a natural extension of that kind of radicalization of a lot of younger white folks post George, with George Floyd's murder. And, it began with Michael Brown, but, really Michael Brown's murder in St. Louis, but it's really, the flashpoint was in 2020. And I think that has, again, opened so many of them up to, to really thinking radically about, if we're now sitting on a few hundred years, centuries of white supremacy, I think they're more open to radical ways of disrupting that.
Well, and my editorial here is precisely why the current administration is going after universities in the way that it is, and going after the Smithsonian and going after Black history in the way that it is, because they are watching their own children grow to understand the history of this country, the history of the world, and the realities of racism and impact, and they want to make sure that that's disrupted, so the next generations do not continue this trend of consciousness. So, hopefully they won't be successful. I doubt that, because what I know of young people as a mother of one is that the more you tell them not to read a book, the more they're going to read it. The more you tell them not to think, see, do, or explore a thing, the more they're going to think, see, and explore about that thing. Philip Blair says, don't forget about Elijah McClain. McClain was part of that. There are so many, sadly.
I know his
usually at least 1,000 Americans.
I know his grandma. Every time I see her, I give her a hug, Miss Linda. She's staying in my dad's building. But it's coming up when I start lighting their ass up in the chat.
A year are slain by police, but only certain ones impact us the way that they should. We'll continue this conversation with Professor Adrian Davis. We're talking reparations, of course. It's a Freedman Friday on KBLA Talk 1580.
The station you turn to when you've had it up to here with cultural incompetence. KBLA Talk 1580.
Perhaps the most amazing comeback.
This is KBLA Talk 1580. Talk radio. That's music to your ears. We're unapologetically progressive. KBLA Talk 1580.
Need a ride? Ride in style. Choose K-Meets, luxury transportation that puts you first. K-Meets has you covered with our 6-seater Sprinter limo that's perfect for couples.
Split White at 323-577-5560. Preserve and amplify stories of Black land loss. It will form an invaluable resource for scholars, authors, historians, educators, storytellers, policymakers, and change agents who wrestle with issues of restitution, reparations, racial inequality in home ownership, and the racial wealth gap. Through documenting stories of Black land loss, the archive will help demonstrate the magnitude of what Black families have lost and will continue the national dialogue to encourage paths to restitution, rebuilding, and healing. Support the Black Land Loss Narrative Archive Project by visiting www.blacklandloss.org or by donating at www.blacklandloss.org/donate. Spread the word to inspire awareness, activism, leadership, and change. And join us in making a lasting impact. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580. We've got your black. Heard any other talk radio lately that sounds anything like this? I didn't think so. You're listening to Unapologetically Progressive, KBLA Talk 1580.
And I'm glad you're here. We do this every Friday around this time. Also looking forward to the conversation next hour with Margaret Prescott. We're going to be talking about the Grim Sleeper and the very grim anniversary this weekend. Right now, though, we are talking with Professor of Law in Organizational Behavior, Professor Adrian Davis, who's written an essay on historic and social movements for reparations. And we got a lot to talk about, as usual. I don't want to forget, I said you said to remind you to circle back to Evanston, so I'm circling back to Evanston.
Thank you. So usually, when we think about reparations, people usually think about cash, and I think it's important. So, with reparations, a key piece of it is that when you call something reparations, typically there is an atonement that comes along with it. The institution or the organization that is giving the reparations, offering the reparations, is atoning for something. Usually they're naming it. They're saying, I did something wrong. Typically it's accompanied by an apology, right? And then there's an atonement, this sense of atonement, which I think really resonates with folks a lot. And so what I want to make clear is that I think that there have been some powerful reparations that are non-monetary, including one that's out y'all's way. I don't know, how close are you to Pasadena?
Very close.
Goddamn shit.
Okay, so did you follow the controversy over the Rose Bowl queen?
Yeah, I vaguely remember it, but
Yeah.
refresh our memory.
Yeah, so in 1958, Joan Williams was named the Rose Bowl queen, and then they found out that she was African American. She was obviously very light-skinned African American, so they thought she was white. And they found out she was African American. They said, "Oh no, we can't have a Black Rose Bowl queen." So they wouldn't. They overturned it. They wouldn't let her ride in the float as the Rose Bowl queen, right? So in, I think it was like 2015, the Rose Bowl Corporation acknowledged that, and they said this was wrong. This was racist. This was reinforcing white supremacy. So in atonement, they had Joan Williams ride in the lead float that year for the Rose Bowl. So, no money changed hands, but this is, I thought, a very powerful example of symbolic reparations. And part of the reason I want to highlight it, Dominique, is this is exactly the kind of thing that the current administration is trying to shut down, right? Yeah. They don't want anything that calls attention to racism in the past or ongoing racism, which is why they're trying to wipe off of all the websites, scrub Jackie Robinson, scrub Colin Powell, scrub all of the first, because if you highlight Black people who were the first to accomplish something, what you're also doing is you're highlighting all of the exclusion and subordination that came before the breakthrough, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of that scrubbing. So I think we're seeing some really interesting instances of symbolic reparations that I think are very powerful, because again, it calls attention to the exclusion and the injury that happened before. And it also reminds us, because so often, Black folks, especially, Black elite people, get fixated on, well, the courts are never going to give it to us. This didn't come from the courts. No one sued. This was the Rose Bowl Corporation saying, we want to do this. The same with JP Morgan Chase, when they decided that they were going to, offer some compensation for some things. No one forced them to do that. When the nuns, I think I can't remember if it was the Nuns of Sacred Heart, but when they decided to give scholarships to make up for years of exclusion, no one made them do that. So I think it's important that we not limit this to just, it has to come from some legal entity. Georgetown University, the same. They decided to do it. So, we have a long tradition, actually, dating back to the military, dating back to General Sherman.
Burning it up.
From the Civil War. People remember General Sherman's March 16, which we teach children. I hope we also teach children about General Sherman's field order, where, having spent so much time with Black folks, right? And the people, Black historians have written beautifully about this, how, many Black men, formerly enslaved men, ran away, joined the Union Army and fought bravely, beautifully told in the movie Glory. But also Black women and children also left those plantations and attached themselves to the Union Army, and they just said, we're not going back. And so, a lot of the military officers came to have a kind of grudging respect for those Black folks. And at the end of the war, they said, you know what? We're turning some of this land over to these Black folks, right? And they distributed, hundreds and thousands of acres of land, which President Andrew Johnson overturned. So we forget reparations did actually happen, and it was at the behest of the U.S. military, right? Who saw the injustice and wanted to make it right. When we say it'll never happen, it did happen.
Evanston.
And
You know,
then
and then it was
and then
overturned.
it was revoked. Okay, we've got Fahima on the phone calling us from Washington D.C. Good morning.
What is y'all talking about?
Yes, greetings, Dominique, Bergani, and Pekasa, and greeting to your guests. I'm looking forward to reading your article, Professor. But just a couple of things really quickly. You're absolutely correct that there has been a rise in reparations efforts, and that's due to a number of reasons. I think it just had a lot to do with the racial reckoning in terms of many of the organizations that have gotten involved, and there's some other efforts as well. But the statement that you made about Black elites getting involved, I don't see it. I know that there are some that in the academy that may write about it, but I don't see any of them, because I'm just saying, like an Oprah Winfrey or Magic Johnson, they're doing their thing. I don't see elites outside of the academy addressing that. So could you give an example of Black elites that have gotten involved with reparations? Because I don't see it.
Well,
Yeah,
Ambassador
that's
Michael
really
Lawson.
fair.
Ambassador Michael Lawson leads our reparations commission here in LA. That's an example I'd give.
Yeah. I mean, I understand her name was Fatima.
Fahima.
My apologies, Fahima. And she's in my old stomping grounds. And Fahima, I don't know if you know Ajwa Ayatoro, who was the president of the National Coalition for Blacks for Reparations in America, and she's my co-author on that essay. I should give her a shout out. She's still back out in D.C. You're absolutely right. When you look at Black celebrities, you look at Black celebrity, Black sports, overwhelmingly you're not finding Black celebrities calling for Black reparations. There's some who are, right, but overwhelmingly you're not seeing that. But I think what I meant to say is that in terms of a lot of the institutions that are studying it and looking at it, you will find Black professionals as part of those commissions or task forces or studies, or what have you. And some of us are in the academy, but many of them are doctors and lawyers, right? Because it's now seen, when J.P. Morgan Chase calls and says, hey, we're thinking about redistributing money, that is a very attractive invitation to a lot of Black professionals, right? So I do see more and more of the Black elite, but you're right. And it's, if we had more people, like if we take sort of Colin Kaepernick, right, as an example, right, someone who really put his career on the line, not to call for reparations, but to call for racial justice in his own voice, right? You're absolutely right. We're not seeing Black celebrity calling for reparations in that way. I think she's right about that.
She also said in the chat that there was a huge backlash to students paying for the reparations, and the university ended up creating an endowment in reference to Georgetown. And I know that, they really have taken the lead. When we talk about reparations in various arenas, this is always a debate or a conversation. Should reparations be city? Should it be state? Should it be federal?
All the above.
Should it be academic, private industry, or all of the above?
All of the above. The answer is letter E, all of the above, all of the above. So let me go back to Evanston, because I distracted myself by talking about the symbolic realm, which I think is really important. And we're seeing how important the symbolic realm is now, because President Trump is trying to erase it. He is trying to systematically remove Black history from, as you point out, museums, federal websites, Arlington Cemetery. They are trying to systematically, just take down and eliminate Black history. So we see the power of symbolism there. So Evanston was the first municipality to not just study, but actually implement Black reparations. And it's still new, so I don't know that we really can assess the impact. And there certainly have been some criticisms, but they had a pretty quick study that they did, and they decided to focus on housing, because they felt that they could draw a clear line between what their municipality had done between, I think they said, like 1919 and 1919 and maybe 1969, in terms of systematically excluding Black folks from housing opportunities in a variety of ways. So they said, we're gonna focus there as opposed to education or employment. And they said, any Black resident of Evanston who can show that you lived there between that 50-year period would be entitled to, I want to say it was $25,000, but don't quote me on that,
And you could use, initially they were limiting it to housing, and they said you could use it to buy a house, for mortgage assistance, so presumably for refinancing or for home improvement. And then ultimately, there were Black folks who said, look, we were injured during that time period, but we're not buying homes. So then they expanded it to also be cash assistance as well. And I think they've distributed now to probably, at least $500,000. It's funded by their cannabis tax, by the way.
Yeah. And that's also faced legal challenges.
It has, not surprisingly, they're being sued in a class action for being racially exclusive. Absolutely.
And so, do you think that the outcome of that has broad implications, or do you think it would be narrowed to that specific program?
The lawsuit, you mean, or just I think what they are showing is that this is feasible, right? People say, how does it work? You can't do this. They stood up in a pretty short period of time, something that I think is fairly high impact. $25,000 in the context of housing. So you can, typically you can do a lot with that in terms of refinancing, or for many folks, that's going to be enough for a down payment, right? If you're able, that'll get you into, a $250,000 house or unit or condo or something like that, for people who are struggling. So I think I think it's meaningful. So I think it's a template, for how to do this. Another common form of reparations that some institutions are standing up is access. Right, so that's part of what Georgetown is doing, and other schools in the state of Virginia. I want to say did this by setting aside scholarships for folks. So scholarships to me are about access. It's about giving people access to institutions from which they were previously excluded. I'd love to see. On the education sphere, I'd love to see, $1 billion investment in the UNCF, what we used to call the United Negro College Fund. Now I think they go by UNCF. I'd love to see $1 billion investment there, right? Because that is what they do, is they help give Black students access to college, right?
Yeah, well, we can go deeper on that. We have a Assemblyman Isaac Bryan here in the state of California has proposed a bill that would give descendants of enslaved persons in this country priority for university admissions. Some folks, I think it's solid. I think it could possibly test this whole idea of lineage as a legal model, but some folks see that as affirmative action, and that's, I imagine, what they hear when they hear scholarships or UNCF. How do you define the difference?
I think that it's a great question. So I think frequently reparations, again, accompanying reparations frequently is that acknowledgement, the apology, and the atonement. And that's important, because so often you'll hear people say, like, well, here's just a check, but I'm not saying I did anything wrong, right? And part of what we're trying to do here is really take down racial supremacy. You can't do that if people don't acknowledge it, right? So I think that part of what makes me, when I'm trying to scrutinize things and say, is this civil rights or is this reparations? Both of which are good. I support both of those, but to me, for it to be reparations, typically I'm looking for some kind of a public acknowledgement, apology, and atonement that accompanies whatever the initiative is that is happening. I would say that if institutions if all that they're doing is, saying we are going to stop being racist and we're going to start admitting Black students, I don't see that as reparations.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that part of what makes it reparations is when these scholarships are set aside, right? And the scholarships are set aside specifically because to repair and atone for past injustice. To me, that's what comes over the line into reparations.
Talking with Professor Adrienne Davis. It's a Friedman Friday. We are unapologetically reparationist. KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominic DePrima when we come
Democratic field.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by you.
Again, text CCN to 42828. The California
Blacc cover here in terms of reparations. You've got some pushback to our conversation in the chat.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the pushback.
because I feel that folks, when they hear you talk about scholarships or symbolic reparatory moves, think that means that you're not in support of cash payments or land changing hands. And I think in California, we may be extra sensitive to that because we got a whole apology and that's about it. An apology and a pat on the
Well, then
head.
let me clarify. Let me clarify. I support all the forms of reparations. Let me clarify. I support all of them. I just wanted to say that that in addition to the cash, I think institutions and organizations should be looking for opportunities to make symbolic repair as well, right? And that also can be very, very important, and that we see the importance of that because the administration is trying to completely eliminate and erase that right now. But yes, I completely support the Evanston housing program that's giving $25,000 to people. I completely support that. I think that's a model of reparations.
It's interesting when you started because one of the demands of reparations activists on the ground here in California is a universal basic income for descendants who are elders, who are, I guess, retirement age or whatever. And to me, that harkens back to what Callie House and others were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And you can, I think, and I need to look into that more because I think that's a great example. And that is tied to the same logic that Callie House pointed out, which is that if people work their entire lives and don't have anything to show for it because of systemic racism, whether that systemic racism was enslavement, or today it would be, people, Black elders have worked their entire lives, but were working for, they were systematically underpaid. They may have been victims of various kinds of fraud. They weren't able to build generational wealth because they weren't able to access home loans. They were, their education was underfunded. I mean, all the things that leave Black elders who were some of the hardest working generations of Americans, right? And leave them without the resources. So I think that's kind of that Callie House framework of let's compensate them. It's not charity, it's not welfare, it's reparations, it's reparative.
I also think it's interesting. Well, you know what? Let me go to Carl instead of my thing. Let me go to Carl from LA. Hi, Carl. You're on with Professor Adrian Davis.
Hey, good morning to you, Dominique, and to your guests. Hey, I would love to go back to trade school myself. I mean, trade school over here called Trade Tech. I mean, city colleges. I mean,
bring it to reparations for me, Carl.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
Oh, yeah, well, that's, you said something about universities are into the reparations. Reparations would help pay for going to college and stuff. But anyway, Joe Biden was in Angola with the Tucker family from Virginia. Does she know anything about how that turned out? Was that a good thing for reparations? Because that genealogy, I looked up into it, Dominique, and it's a good thing. The last time I was on your show, I didn't agree with it, but it seemed like it does bring people together, and it could happen.
I apologize. I did not follow that closely enough to be able to comment on that. I'll look into it.
Yeah, I can't say that I have a great answer for you on that either, Carl, but forthcoming, because we do this every week at this time, and that's what we're.
That was one of the bills that punk ass Isaac Bryant refused to have introduced to the floor of the California Assembly last year. We know because we covered it.
We're here for is try to unpack and understand as much as possible. I was going to ask you, Professor Davis, why it's important. We only have a couple minutes here, though, so you can do what you want with them. But you point out that there are so many different ideological thought groups and individuals within the reparations movement, and you seem to feel like it's important to acknowledge and understand that. Some folks think it's the downfall of the movement. Why do you think that's important?
Yeah, I think it is. Black folks are not monolithic, as we know. That's part of the beauty of being Black, right? But what we all agree on is Black freedom and Black liberation and Black justice. So there's some of the founders of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, in COBRA. Some of the founders were Black nationalists, Chokwe Lumumba and Amari Obadeli.
They were
and part of what they were seeking was a Black homeland. Right.
Don't let them tell you that lie. They were not no goddamn Black nationalists. They was Pan-Africanists. There is a difference.
They wanted a separate Black nation state to be created within the United States. I don't think that's feasible. I do not see that.
Here we go with that. Bernie Sanders.
I'm not even going to get to whether I think
that's not feasible. That's not feasible. The shit that's coming out your mouth ain't feasible. We want tangibles. Cut the goddamn check and quit playing with us.
Favorite or not, I just don't see that as something that is actually going to happen, right? There are a lot of other things, though, like the scholarships or the housing program. J.P. Morgan, as I said, made some resources available that I think are more feasible, right? So I don't want to say reasonable, but I'll say feasible. So I think that the beauty is in understanding these different competing visions of what Black liberation looks like. Some people want self-determination. They want a homeland, right? Other folks are like, no, we want is the full promise of citizenship. And we think that, having access to housing is going to be a part of that. I don't think that we have to, and I don't think that has been why the movement hasn't been successful. Like, I don't think that if all Black people had come together and asked for a single version of reparations, I still don't think we would have gotten it because, racism, right? But I do think that we're in a moment now of racial reckoning, which I think is probably kind of closing, right? With the Trump administration. It's just 5 years, 2020 to 2025. And I know I got to wrap up. So we had this 5 years, it's 2020 to 2025. And I think we would be well served to really look and see how far we were able to push reparations. I'll give people two quick resources if they want to pursue it. Justin Hansford at Howard University has a terrific website, the U.S. African American Redress Network, and University of Massachusetts at Amherst has a website which lists all the reparations that have been given over the course of the United States dating back to the 1700s.
Basically,
so people who want to delve deeply into it, I recommend those two resources in addition to my article that I wrote with Azra Ayatora.
Professor Adrienne Davis, thank you so much. News traffic and sports. Then it's Grim Sleeper time on KBLA Talk 1580.
Yeah, settling for less. Hold on, yo. Turn the lady chain. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so y'all see that a bunch of goddamn Democratic shills. That's what they is. That's what they is. So the last topic of the night is Angela Rye with tomato on the side. She tells a Caucasian Nazi network panelists, "Don't touch me." So Uncle Phil, I think, is going to give us an update on this. No, Sister Vicky's going to give us an update on this.
The food, the music, the vibe. Kick off your summer at the Ohio Black Expo Riverfront Culture Fest. Tell your friends, share with family. There's no other place to be. Memorial Day weekend. Celebrate Black Excellence.
Plus 2 concerts featuring Tidra Moses, Talib Kweli, and Jay Rawls, the one and only Marsha Ambrosius, and more.
Experience the African diaspora at its finest. Go to OhioBlackExpo.com for tickets, updates, and more. Visit OhioBlackExpo.com. That's OhioBlackExpo.com.
And
Introducing the African Diaspora News Channel app, your gateway to stories that's overlooked by the corporate mainstream media.
At African Diaspora News Channel, we cover stories that don't receive mainstream attention, and we serve as the voice to the global Black community. We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing it.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
Peace, family. My name is Vicki Dillard for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Beloved, as you come in, be sure to come in giving us a big thumbs up, thumbs up. Be sure to like and share the broadcast. Would you do that? We ask that you do that because it makes it more likely that other people will know that we're here. And how many of you all know that helps so much with the notifications? And sometimes how many of you all know that folks are not always aware that we are here. And so when you're deliberate and intentional, you help to expand our collective Black voice. And for that, we say thank you so much. Also, family, don't forget, we have our own app. So be sure to download it. You heard that right. We do things with excellency here. And of course, we're beyond just social media platforms. And so you want to stay directly in touch and be sure to download the app on major platforms. Yes, where you major spots where you're able to download the app. So be sure to check that out. Information should be below. Yes. Thank you so much. Family. Now, you all know your sister with the curly braids. I will discuss Angela Rye in a hot minute. And why? She, among others, are well-known Democratic shields, Democratic operatives. Yes, these are folks that the Democrat Party sends out into our communities to tell us what to do, to keep us distracted and preoccupied with the nothingness of it all, to keep us moving in the wrong direction. Yes. So Angela Rye, not only my understanding, I think she was some sort of aide or she had some sort of connection to the Hill that is DC, but also, you know, she was a well-known and consistent contributor on CNN, a former official panelist, right? And of course, they didn't renew her contract and stuff, right? Well, of course, we know that CNN has been firing all their Black bootlegs, even the ones that had the highest ratings, even the Don Lemons of the world, right? Yeah. He got into it. They messed with his little show, and they took him from nighttime, even though CNN's ratings overall were low compared to other cable news outlets. He actually did have a compared to the others. He had one of the more higher rating ones for CNN. Child, they didn't care about that. They switched him up. There were some changes with his little ratings and stuff, but they still switched him up, put him on the morning show, and they got him out of there when he got into it with that white one. Black to be somebody. You got to look back in the records archives to get the information on that. We know most recently MSNBC fired Joy Reid. She was humiliated. How many of y'all know about all that, right? That previous years they got rid of other Black voices and stuff like that. It just doesn't stop. They fired Tiffany Cross, and I mean, just firing the bootlegs left and right. The very bootlegs that tried to tell us what to do and defended these white supremacist organizations, by especially those that are the left-leaning arm. And it's not because I'm sitting up here caping for Fox News. You know, I go in on Fox News in a hot minute. You better check my record for all these years. But what we know for sure is that folks were expecting the other side to be, they said, more honest and all that. And child, they weren't trying to listen to Black folks in America. So the long and short of it is they've been having problems with their Black shields, right, on these major networks. Family, Angela Rye has been showing out just beyond measure. Now, let me tell you something. She recently was on CNN. I know y'all like, well, I thought you said they fired her. And so, yes, child, out of devastation. Remember, they're in big trouble. These left-leaning networks, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, they in trouble. So because their numbers are real low, Joy Reid's fired, Don is, they bring them back from time to time to try to revive whatever can be revived. They do all kind of media mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and it's just not working. Talk back to me, somebody. Yeah. So she was on there recently as a guest panelist. Family. Some of y'all probably heard about this. It's been going viral because she said she went viral for her little 2 and 3 seconds because she told this white man about not touching her. I want you to watch this brief clip here in just a moment. Now, for the record, before we watch this, I'm a woman. I'm a 46 young woman. Talk black to me. Born and raised in Mississippi, and I now live in the Wild Wild West. Don't you dare touch me. Okay? I want that for the record. We know that parents often teach, and rightly so, their children, don't put your hands on anybody else. We know because things can get out of control. It can become escalated. We know that's what you do. So I don't want anybody out here saying, well, see, Vicky, if somebody touch you, you out here, see, you out there. No, I'm not. And I know what it's like to be the victim of being inappropriately touched. Yes? And every one of them regretted it. Where's my gavel? Talk black to me. So no, Vicky is not sitting here advocating for you to just touch somebody whenever you feel like it. But family, don't lie about stuff either. Some stuff we doing, you just got to be honest about it. Every touch is not intimate or seductive in nature. Are y'all hearing me?
Yeah.
And so we know that we have a problem with certain things like that in the United States. We legit do. But sometimes there are situations where people try to weaponize it and lie about it. Talk black to me, somebody. We know that these Karens out here certainly lie about our men doing stuff all the time. Now, there's a couple of instances when you black bootlegs try to act like Karens. But I'm going to tell you what this is really about. Now, are y'all ready?
Yeah.
I want you to get ready to watch this first clip. It's very, very short, family. So I need y'all to watch really, really close, only a few seconds. Watch this brief clip of this encounter that Angela Rye had with this white CNN panelist. Watch this.
He literally tweeted to the members of Congress. The oldest profession on earth. You don't have to touch me. Is not. He literally tweeted to these members, "Thank you for doing this. I don't want you to touch me. That's my personal space. I won't ever do it again. Thank you."
Yeah, she was.
Okay, family. Did you see that?
Man.
Now I know y'all said, "Well, Vicky, I just thought you said don't bet nobody touch you, right? Don't touch me." But that wasn't what, child. You know, she was trying to make it seem like this man was doing. I would have thought the way she acted like he did something under the table that we couldn't see on camera. Y'all on TV, ma'am. The man's hands is wagging in the air. He's trying to make a point, and we do know people try to use gestures to control and do this kind of stuff, but we know how to handle that. Y'all know full well that she wanted to give the intention. She knew full well that the way she responded was going to give the impression that that was some sort of a intimate or seductive touch. That's not what that was. Let's be honest, family. Don't be sit up here like, I'm a woman, don't you touch me? But that's not what that was. I just can't. That's not what that was. 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 I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie with you. That's not what that was. That's not what that was. Now, when I saw this out the other day, because it's been out a few days, watch this. I was watching just a few little, flipping through to see what the bootlicks were saying. Do y'all know what all the Democrat shields were saying? That's right. Don't touch her. You see how inappropriate that was for him touching her? He was wrong for that. Do you all see how he was trying to do something he had no business doing? Do you all see that he was trying to do X, Y? All the bootlicks 5 seconds later came out to defend her, to try to say he had some nefarious intention. I don't know that man from Shark Tank from a can of paint. I just know that situation that didn't match. That wasn't that. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I will tell you what it was. And if some of you all are smart enough, sagacious enough, intelligent enough, and discerning enough, you will understand what that moment was about too. Angela Rye believes in creating crisis, media crisis.
I only met her one time.
Some of y'all say, well, what was that about? Family. Okay. Do y'all understand that the black bootlicks are irrelevant? Do you all understand they're absolutely desperate to distract important and legitimate conversations and they want to redirect our attention to something else? Do you understand that? So because they refuse to deal with substantive issues that we're telling them to deal with, they got to create media crisis. Can I give you another example with Angela Rye? Before I give you this other example, I want us to prepare to get ready to play this other brief clip. How many of y'all remember a few months ago How many of y'all remember a few months ago, my broadcast I did on Angela Rye? She turned on her own buddy, Charlamagne the God, on Breakfast Club. How many of y'all remember Dr. Jill Stein and her vice presidential running mate, Mr. Butch, Professor Butch? How many of y'all know they were running as a third-party candidate? Right? How many of y'all remember that?
I remember.
Jill Stein, who was for reparations, and her vice presidential running mate, Mr. Butch, where they were on Breakfast Club. Now, normally Breakfast Club, they don't even bring them kind of folks on, right? And I know they regretted it after they left because they totally annihilated, media-wise, Angela Rye. We're going to play that clip in a minute because I got to let y'all know how she responds when she's losing. Watch this. Angela, when y'all came out to defend her and lied and tried to say that man did something that he really didn't do, and I'm not about defending Chuck and Charlie and them. Y'all know I ain't about that life. But I'm also not about the life of the Democrats putting a red herring or a Trojan horse in the way to distract us from important conversations so that it will generate in us emotions and empathy and sympathy to feel bad for her so that we'll get focused and lose focus on tangibles.
Right.
We're not doing that. And we're not running to your rescue. Watch this. When you didn't run to ours.
Exactly.
How many of y'all know when Angela Rye, Tiffany, Cross, Don them, when they had them platforms, they weren't bringing us on?
Hell no.
They were bringing on voices that were positive and spoke the things that the black grassroots and alternative folks of black media were saying?
Nope.
They blocked us.
Yep.
They tried to shut us down and suppress what we were demanding.
Yep.
They get upset when the Republicans, for example, even when they're playing them, but when the Republicans give voice to our concern about immigration, the Democrats didn't even want to acknowledge that it's even a problem. They don't even want to tell you that they're intentionally conflating legal immigration with illegal immigration. We pull out the receipts and say, y'all spending billions and you passing over homeless black veterans to help them. They look at us and say, you racist.
Speak on it, Vicky.
They weren't listening to us even on those issues. So why in the world we sit here and cry a river and feel sorry for them? Now I digress.
Top black.
Y'all were out here defending Angela Rye, right? Y'all were out here talking about how wrong and terrible that man was, right?
Like a big church family type thing. Interesting. Okay.
What did Angela say about that situation after y'all ran out to defend her and tried to act like that it was something that wasn't? See, we pay attention to folks like Angela Rye who called Minister Farrakhan dumb and a bigot. And she did it to defend them folks.
Yeah.
How many of y'all remember my broadcast on that? I reminded y'all about that. How many of y'all know in the same breath, she defended Joe Biden, even though Joe Biden has been accused of multiple allegations of inappropriate touching and some more stuff.
Yeah.
How do y'all know one of her best buddies is Charlamagne the God?
Yeah, Charlamagne the Fry.
And Charlamagne is accused of more than just touching somebody's hands on air. But that's her best buddy. Y'all understand that? That's why you know what she's saying. What? How you dog Minister Farrakhan in the same broadcast you defend Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Who's accused of a bunch of stuff, including inappropriate touching. Y'all see how that don't match? What did Angela Rye say from her own voice on her own platform? Angela was getting so much backlash. Do you all know that she responded to this after y'all went out there to defend her? And y'all went out there and lied and said it was something it wasn't. What did Angela say? This is why I told y'all what she said was suspect and why she's suspect. Watch this clip.
Okay, everybody, I have a special guest with me because I think it's important for you all to, I was going to introduce you, but never mind. So my best friend Leonette is here to let you all know how I feel about being touched, because apparently some folks think that I was being dramatic. They don't know my struggles with germs and anxiety. So Netta, do you have anything you'd like to tell them?
Do not ever touch Angela. I'm her best friend, and if I roll up and touch her without consent, it still might be. Let's see, let's test. I'm just playing. Bye.
Okay. Do y'all feel crunchy for running out there 2 seconds later and defending her when she came out to say it was about germs? Y'all see that? So we don't need to take none of y'all's word for it. Angela came back and she brought her best friend and said, "Oh, it was about germs. It's about germs and sickness and disease. I was scared he was spreading it on live on CNN." Y'all look so silly. That's how we know you bootlegs perpetuate lies all the time. Y'all do it automatic.
Yeah.
Only to be humiliated by her. What did Angela? Don't take nobody's word. What did Angela say? Was she in fear of being inappropriately touched sensually or violently? No, she said she was worried about germs and disease. She didn't want the pandemic to jump on her live on her best. She even brought her best friend in the video. She wants us to know, even my homegirl that I've been with for years and years, even she, my closest homegirl, can't touch me without my permission.
Yeah, okay.
For disease. Y'all see how you look silly?
Oh my God.
Do you all see how you look ridiculous?
Yeah.
Vicky, what is this about? This isn't just something for us to joke about.
Right.
Because like I told you, don't you touch me. But family, when I have a certain type of relationship with a male, even if he's not my husband, I don't want regular conversations with somebody that don't mean no harm. The brother worried about whether or not you finna file charges over something that was obviously not that.
Right.
Do you understand? But there was a reason she keeps doing these kinds of things. Not just her, but others. It's a reason why the Democrats keep doing all these crazy outbursts. No disrespect, but even like your Jasmine Crockett's and stuff. Why is it that she's out there? Now, people, they tripping about her calling that Texas Governor Abbott Hot Wheels child. Look, I know all about having serious illnesses, all that kind of stuff, so that's nothing to play about. But child, I was laughing when I saw it. But look, I don't care about that. Stick to the topics. She wants y'all to get distracted with her calling that man Hot Wheels. Jeez Louise. So that we don't talk about, girl, you sit up here talking about reparations, that your ancestors built this MF, but you didn't have no reparations bill. All the cussing and all that energy don't match.
Right.
Congress people don't supposed to be online talking like us and giving you the news and information and commentary. She's supposed to be writing bills.
Right.
Which she didn't. The bills don't match the rhetoric. So we don't want to hear the rhetoric, man. We know it's a trick because you didn't put no bill out there.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So then you got Maxine Waters. I think she's an octogenarian. Well up there, almost 100. Close to it, not too far out. What is Miss Maxine Waters? Miss Maxine Waters, other Congressional Black Caucus, they out there cussing Elon Musk out. I don't believe in Elon Musk. I have a lot of issues with a lot of stuff that he's doing and Trump. Why am I bringing this up? Because they want us to accept the cussing out stuff. They want us to go with the theater, the tricks, so that we don't hold them accountable for not having any action. We're trying to tell you all, you don't have that kind of energy for tangibles for Foundation of Black Americans. I could respect somebody being full of energy and spicy in their approach when they have a substantive bill, substantive policy proposals, and they're making real efforts to make our issues front and center. But they're not doing that. They out there caping for illegal immigration. They out there defending Ukraine. Yeah. You see how that works? They out there defending Netanyahu and them. So do y'all understand why we can't rock with that? Because what you're talking about is not specific and directed to us.
Right.
So what do? What is Angela doing? They're creating moments of distraction. Yep. They want that to be the headline so that we don't focus on the nothing. How many of y'all, years and years ago, I'm 46, and I saw a movie when I was a young girl called The Never Ending Story. How many of y'all remember seeing that movie?
And the story, that was my story.
And in the movie, The Never Ending Story, this energy that was going around just destroying whole lands, they called it the nothing. How many of y'all remember that? They called they called it the nothing. Watch this. That's what the Democrats are to Black Americans. Not to other groups, because they get stuff done for other groups, but just to us.
Yeah.
We call you the nothing. Right. It's the nothingness of it all. And so then you want to inspire us to get all emotional about this. No, I'm not. I'm keeping real strong and focused on you, because why would I be tripping on this white man when you defend white men and their systems in the white Democrat Party?
Right.
A few months ago, I mentioned a minute ago, when she was on the Breakfast Club, and third party candidate Dr. Jill Stein and her running mate, Mr. Butch Ware, Professor Butch Ware, they were on the Breakfast Club. Angela was so humiliated. She was losing all of the political arguments. And what did Angela do? Did she come back with an intelligent narrative? Did she come back with any information? Did she come back with any receipts, any facts? Did she have any reasonable debate? No. She got so upset that she even lashed out and snapped at her homeboy, Charlamagne the God. Yeah. I just want to remind you, because I just went to a clip that we did right here on this network to prove to you in no limited time we've been on this. Can the team get the video ready to play this last clip? I just want to remind you how she does, just for giggles, just to be out here playing and showing out, as we would say in the South. Can you all play that video?
Of the empire and the oligarchy and white supremacy and colonialism, which wants you to feel that resistance is futile. This is about voter blaming and voter shaming.
No. What you're not going to say is that I'm ever parroting anything at the hands of white supremacy. This is something that's very different. This is me asking you again. It's a binary
I'm
choice
just
in an
pointing
election.
out that these are the talking points.
No, it's rather now. You non-corporate. She told me I'm a white supremacist. Okay.
We need.
She said I was parroting the talking points of a white supremacist.
See, that was my disappointment.
May I finish, please? May I get to my point? May I please get to my
Dr. Stein and Angela Rye close it up.
Let me finish, please. Thank you. You're trying to compare us to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party with their billions of dollars, or
okay, family. Did you see that?
Yeah.
She was losing the argument so bad. And when Dr. Jill Stein, who is a white woman, told a black woman that you're sitting here pushing white supremacist talking points, Angela cut her off because she just couldn't take a Karen telling her that. And I know it hit different when a white woman tells you that. But she was right, y'all. Angela, I call you that all the time. What I accuse Angela Rye publicly all the time of pushing white supremacist talking point. Yep. Why did Angela Rye take the time to go off on this white woman? Because she knew this was going to go viral. Angela knew that the public was watching this, and she could not take being humiliated without being rude, cut her off, and responded to it. Yeah. It hits different when the white woman tells you that than a Vicky Dillon or many other sisters that was doing the same. And then when she didn't get her way right there, and Charlamagne said, hey, Angela, we're going to let Dr. Jill finish, and then we're going to have you close it out. Now, I don't care nothing about Charlamagne, but what's wrong with that reasonable response? We're gonna let her finish her point, and Angela, you're gonna close out. What did Angela do? Y'all don't make me ask the team to play it again. Did you see what she did? Real strong and mad at Charlamagne for doing it. Bubbling up in anger because this white woman accused her correctly, accurately. Mm-hmm. If anybody know about white supremacists, it's a white woman like Dr. Jill Stein. So Angela couldn't take that, but that's exactly what you do. I accuse you for years and years and years, all the time, every day, all the time. We accuse you of that. But it is different when a white woman tells you that. Yeah. But it's true. I brought that up just to let you all know that's how she does. How many of y'all seen too many other videos? We'll be here all day and night. Go ahead. Showing you video after video where she busts out crying for no reason. She don't even be crying for the right stuff. Just all the time, breaking down. I did a video on her a few months ago after Biden, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won. She come out talking about she was waking up in the middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning, screaming, hollering, no, ma'am. How many of y'all know a few months ago, I think I even did a broadcast showing you all but she admitted that black folks weren't listening to them. And her co-host, which is Tiffany Cross and Andrew Gillum. Andrew cut her off, was like, no, I don't receive that. That they not listen to us. And she said, well, just look at the numbers because their ratings, nobody's even watching it in the podcast and stuff. And then sometime after that podcast, they did another podcast. And guess what they was discussing on the podcast, especially her and Tiffany, whether or not they should even keep their podcast going the few little times they play it. Because that's how irrelevant they felt. This was an admission. And then she was asking the audience to tune in whether or not they should keep going because they was thinking about not doing the broadcast, the little podcast anymore because they just, I guess, felt like losers. Guess what happened the other day? Y'all ready for this? Y'all ain't ready for this. I got to go after this. This is how you know these are games. That's the only reason I'm showing you all this, to let you all know don't fall for the theater. Don't get distracted with her trying to get her and get a 15 minutes with this. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. And after we gave her enough backlash and after her bootlegs failed to successfully defend her, she had to come out and say she was worried about germs. Talk black to me, somebody. She was worried about germs. She said that's what that outburst was about, germs. Look, watch this. So Angela slams down her laptop. She loses her mind. I don't want you all to forget this is what she does when she's losing arguments. When she was losing an argument about Minister Farrakhan, she called him dumb and a bigot. I showed y'all the receipts on that. Just look it up right here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look at my video on Angela Wright disrespecting Minister Farrakhan. Even Charlamagne tried to call her out just a little bit. And to switch it up, do you know what she did in that video too? She bust out crying in that episode with him. Yes, she cried in that because he called it, because how could she defend Joe Biden but then dog Minister Farrakhan at the same time? So she started crying in that episode too, in that segment. That's crazy. This is what she does to distract so that we don't talk about important issues. Are y'all hearing me today? Yeah. This is out of desperation. After CNN didn't bring her back, out of desperation, they brought her back. They said, well, I guess what we have to lose, bring her back sometimes from time to time. We're losers out here. Do y'all see the game? Yeah. That dog don't hunt, baby. We're going to keep the main thing, and we're going to call out your black bootlegs that's out there trying to distract us. See, the fried chicken at your churches and get-togethers aren't working at the Democrat Party. That's all they're used to ever having to do is do chicken. Yeah. And bring hot sauce. They're only used to coming to fish fries. They're only used to coming to your church and singing Amazing Grace. And that's all they ever had to do for your votes. And it's not working. And so now we're going to distract. So what happened? I'm going to end it here. After Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, and them, just a few months ago, they did a broadcast saying that they, I guess, was admit that they really feel like failures on their channel, their little podcast. They was rejected from MSNBC. They was rejected from CNN. So they did a podcast trying to ask the people, should we even keep this going? Guess what happened the other day? NAACP gave them an outstanding award for cash for information and stuff. Look it up. I know. I ain't no hater. Oh yeah, we covered that. I am no hater at all, family. I'm only bringing it up because they did NAACP not know just the other day they said they was about ready to go. And they asked the audience for their input. I'm just showing you the politicking of it all versus them honoring and respecting alternative black grassroots media outlets like ours that's been doing this work for some years and that shows that we have influence with the people, which was evident in the presidential election, the Senate, and the House. That's how you know NAACP, that's how you know they front and they just helping each other. They did a podcast a few months ago saying they about ready to quit. And do y'all think we should keep this going? That's why I giggled. I was like, oh, okay. We can move on with the rest of your life because you got other things to do. That's all I'm going to say on this. I'm a woman. Don't touch me. I do not advocate anybody inappropriately or in your own mind, even if you think it's appropriate to touch. I'm not saying that. But family, I can't get with this lie. That man wasn't your child. This man was not trying to do nothing to her. And let's not lie about that, family. That's all I'm saying. Can we just stop that? Can we just not do that? And can we hold Angela accountable for other stuff? Can we ask Angela to start going crazy and cry and go viral because she's pushing for tangibles for us? Right. then we can get behind you, but we can't get behind. I can't look. I'm gonna speak for myself. I can't get behind that because that's not what that was.
Right.
She had to talk to Joe Biden and Charlamagne God about what they go through. See if that's true. How about that? My name is Vicky Dilla, beloved. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to tune in tonight to Brother.
And make sure to tap in the Frontline Black News later on today on Cesar Chavez Day. All right, y'all. So this is going to conclude Season 5, Episode 1, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all check us out later on today for Part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we should be doing an episode either today or tomorrow on Lady Chase Cirque Day, otherwise known as C Day. So we'll keep y'all posted on that, and we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.